that way. Because then you will.
You don't know what stuff is.
Yeah, but I can't say no to that. I can, you know,
I'm trying to see just for awareness, so if you see one of them, hi Diana. Hi.
She got my two voicemails.
I did not.
Oh.
I've had a very crazy, probably the last 3 or 4 that I can say.
Well, it's fine because
You're on the
I
internet.
got to take care of
Can you let them get past tonight?
You mind? I will take my reply to your email.
Did you? No, I didn't. I had it
So
on
my
after
picture was telling me the same thing.
So,
I
respect.
finally was, when my picture was not working.
Oh, no.
Oh, and the plan.
I left you a message.
Well, I need to know
What the journal, what the government.
Then I told you
says
that,
is what
tell
is
you,
planned.
never mind, I got my picture.
Okay, so I am so sorry. I need to do a better job checking those.
5 months
No,
now.
that's good.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It was just a second.
Yes.
Fun, cuddly, giggly, you know, and not too much.
Oh, okay, okay, that explains why.
Therefore, we have to.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's worse.
Yeah,
It's a really
it's
sorry.
Aside from yours.
You came up, we actually reached out.
Thank you for letting me.
Wait,
Okay,
he's
not a
sleeping
problem.
good.
I just-
I'm not. He's up, you know,
I didn't want to-
so he gets a little.
Yeah, I need to catch up on
But
that.
he's, yeah, it's real sleepy, he looks back at me for a while, which I didn't even.
But I'm sorry about
It's
that.
like, oh my God, it's so much, but then I talked to
I aim to make sure you guys get everything you need, because I understand this is very complicated, you know, and that combined with the
So that, he goes
internet
to really
sometimes,
nice.
just is a whole other world. So,
Yeah, but
so
anyway.
thank you very much.
I think,
Yeah.
if I were you, I'd find out what that is on.
Yeah.
Before they meet up and go back to the.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't I, and it's then a table with it. Forget it. But if
Yeah.
it was, if it was
It's
like
already
last night or something,
happened.
that's a big, you know, very.
So are you in charge of the Zoom stuff?
Just said,
Is that what you're doing? Or is that something different?
Well, I'm zooming, I'm using these cameras to zoom to their systems.
Oh, okay.
So, I don't know about being in charge. But,
He's rolling around. You know, that's something. He's not stopping, and I go. He's getting
So
there.
I think, see,
That's a big mess.
stay certain that you get it done.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
The question is, does it get any?
Does he? Because it wasn't.
Usually he's pretty mellow. Yeah.
That's what it's all.
You gotta get nice to that on the board. It's
Special.
controversial.
Yes, well, we don't
I
know
would
how
think
many
it's not-
I hope it's not good.
They may not,
It's not a problem.
like, have a-
Yeah, you know,
Yeah, it's-
he's just looking to get well.
Yeah,
New stuff.
Actually, I'm not excited, but
It sounded like you just put one there.
That, but I didn't have because, you know, Triplex is a single building, with really high more density and to see from the residents which they have accessory dwelling units. So we'll see, I'm curious, a couple of discussions will be maybe not to go down that road. We're just throwing out some options.
I think it was
Right, yeah, if anything would go
I'm
on.
not sure about spaces, but I,
You know,
three minutes, right?
Wasn't the voodoo?
No,
it seems like
it was at that same, the
residential
same
or.
site where
It's the one that
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah,
And then
I
they
guess
never.
there's
They sold, they sold the property.
That's what it was. It was the same site.
The same,
Yeah, I think
not the
it's
same
big.
person.
No,
But at the same site.
You have checked it.
99 across from where
They
the
just all all over it.
That's exactly.
The ones right next
exactly
door,
the same.
It's
those are good.
But,
longer than
There's some up there
that
too.
issue
Oh,
in
okay.
the industrial and
Fourth Avenue, I think it's called.
that M,
Doesn't exist.
it doesn't exist.
Most of the
And
other
that
things
was,
was
that was
apartments.
a,
They did
that
put
was
that
a
there
uniform community plan.
Oh, really?
That's okay.
Yeah.
They should have done that.
They look really nice, but they,
And like-
their garages aren't big enough. Cars, so and there's no parking.
But, and that would, that.
We used to go down the middle, and so we run on the park in front of our We're back up.
You're not in this
We're not
conversation.
in this conversation. It was because our vehicle,
Will get changed.
Unless you want anyone to data the station.
I think it's why they
I
call
don't know if there are any other members.
No, I don't believe that.
And to restore the land to the open space, which is
Not at
zoned
this
for
point.
wildlife for
And since I have,
that's the bottom line.
yeah, I've been working.
Thank you for
on
coming.
the-
I know it's
That's like,
two phones and I can.
nothing like that.
And only needed to.
I'm sure all of them.
And the person who was supposed
I
to.
can't say whether that was just one.
I was, yeah, I was, when I sent that email, I just wasn't sure if you had seen that or if you even made a difference. Like, if it mattered.
I think it's.
I remember I talked to Bob
Yeah, Bob Hopkins was part of it.
and his wife.
Yes.
I talked to them, I said, okay, he's got a lot of them, so they were all excited about it.
Yeah, because it was all.
It was about the fire lines.
Yeah.
And
And
not
very
sure.
sure. Actually, that is about, but I don't know what happened, but the finished.
Well, I guess they did trip to here, trip to pursue, similar document, you know, with the
Yeah.
once it's passed, then and the gentleman both have to be consistent.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
ticket did be consistent.
Yeah, you can't have ends here and ends there.
Do you remember how we finally to approve that? We did ensure that.
Click on that, I think it'd be good.
I know, where's the computer? Where is that?
I like some of the pictures that Microsoft puts up there.
Yeah, they do.
They get it at home, and I'm like, oh man, where is that?
Because it seems like.
Okay, how you doing? You have a item on this?
Showed it.
How did you make it?
It was on, it came out here.
I went from that one to the next one.
Oh, I didn't know. See, it's an eye, then I think it's like, yeah, it's just erase it, put an eye. See, there are other mills. So that one comes to us, the same issue, they give you the
Yeah,
solution.
yeah, exactly.
And it's not, I
Yeah. It's not ethical.
My soft drink is.
Well, I should. I left my water bottle. Oh, that's good. It's 2 weeks. Well, Tara, wasn't a red too. Well,
But you're in a
It was. It was very bad.
Andy with pesticide.
Which one?
I figured they had chocolate last
It's a mystery even to myself.
besides that,
Like, you know, how big would you imagine?
Okay.
all right.
Yeah.
Good.
It breaks up.
Yeah.
I know that.
Maybe you could copy this to the last speaker. Just to let you know.
Yes, the speakers don't.
Okay, so keep it on.
Yeah, so
How are you? Yourself? Good.
It's after hours.
Hey, would you tell us
Really?
That's the class.
Yes.
Yeah, my husband has his own, he lost his faith semester and he uses for projects.
Nancy, you know there. Oh, I saw that last week.
Are you okay with
Is it
that?
still fully?
Yeah, but it was so cool.
Right.
The microphone's on?
I'm not hearing you.
change the audience?
Blinking red light up here.
I don't, they fixed the sound system last week. I don't know if they-
David.
Try again.
That's really cool.
Not now.
It's a solid, that's your fault.
Oh, this is hard one. Yeah, that's what you must do.
That's usually fingers.
Yeah, they confiscated the chocolate.
Yeah. I don't know if you can do that.
Yeah, so everyone has theirs. Everyone voted. Maybe not.
Okay. So now that that's fixed, now we will call to order the regular meeting, August 13th, 2020 of the Trinity County Planning Commission. Public comment period. During public comment, members of the public may address the Planning Commission on matters not listed on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. Would anyone like to address the commission?
I have a handout for do you mind if I pass it to you?
It goes to the clerk.
Oh,
please.
thank you. There's one extra there if you guys want to look at it while I'm talking about this.
Ma'am, would you mind stating your name?
Yeah, my name is Amanda Berger and I live in Junction City. Would it be better if I could do that? Yeah. So I'm here today to talk about the, well, what's now called as the Trinity Sand and Gravel business off Red Hill Road next door to the Junction City School. This is a business that has gone way beyond its permit for almost 2 decades now, but it's been especially bad in the last handful of years. I recently, well, in March, I contacted all of you and I sent a packet of the permit and supporting documents like contracts from Caltrans, which they were never allowed to have in the first place. So I know that there's not a lot of time to go back through some of those details, but I wanted to just reiterate the place and the situation that we're dealing with. I hope that you guys are all well informed by that information that I sent you. The only response that I got was was Mike McHugh. And he wrote to me in his email, he said, the Planning Commission is not the responsible entity for enforcement of use permit conditions or approval. He went on to say that certain things like the Planning Department, Code Compliance, Code Enforcement, and other agencies are who I want to contact about the code violations that are happening there. Now at this point, what's happening there is so far beyond the permit that it's just, anytime I read the permit, the original CUP, which is from 1997, and any of the jargon that the county has in its, especially like the ordinance number 315 describing permitting and all of the processes around that, it is so far beyond that it's just amazing to me that they're still in operation. Now, as a community, we are extremely impacted by it. It's next to the school. There's levels of lead in the soils there. There's air quality issues. There's, at times, up to 42 trucks driving into this location. That means 84 trucks driving by the school daily when they're only allowed to have up to 8 according to the original permit. I mean, there's tons of details like that I don't have time to go through. We need to have a public hearing. I'm here because I thought originally that was going to be on today's agenda, and it's not. We have public meetings that are so, well attended. For Junction City, we fill the Grange Hall of people who are really concerned and impacted. The noise is so bad. I live a half a mile from it. It rattles the windows on my house at times when they're using their heavy machinery. And I'm not even in the area in which the planning department legally has to contact neighbors because I'm outside of that. Yet there's still so many people impacted by this business. The owner I have talked to, his name is Jeb Buick, and he continually lies to us and brushes us off. I've called him on weekends when people are operating there. He often, almost multiple times a week for years now, he'll operate out of operating hours and whatnot. So I would love to see this on the agenda, and I appreciate you taking the time to hear me.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to use the initial public comment time?
My name is Jennifer, and I'm back from Arcata. I was coming to hope to see cannabis on the agenda tonight. Didn't, so I just wanted to make sure it stayed on the minds of people and the dialogue stayed open, and hopefully we do see it again. The 3 things I really wanted to talk to you guys about tonight is timing, revenue, and then why I'm here. So I'm going to try to intrigue you by starting with the revenue. This little shop that I run in Arcata I was telling you guys about last time I was here, Pacific Paradise, started as a, you call it a head shop, gift shop, whatever floats your boat, but it was averaging about $100 to $150 a day. We're coming up on our 50-year anniversary. We got a license for cannabis, and last year we did about $750,000 right there in this tiny little shop downtown. So that's what I feel like this community is missing out on. I know that when those dollars come in, that revenue comes in from tourists. The bulk of it was from last summer. That also helped the little shop next to me, Zen. They go over there, they buy some gifts. They definitely stop by Arcata Pizza Deli, grab pizza, head down to Humboldt Clothing. It benefits the entire downtown. So that's the revenue part, and I would catch your attention. The timing part is that the bulk of the cannabis sales does happen during the tourist season. That is really what is driving the sales in downtown locations. We have a really small window to tap into that this year. Once we get your draft ordinance approved. If we do, we're looking at easily 8 to 10 weeks for the BCC licensing. So I was hoping to see it move along a little bit quicker so that we could get our feet on the ground running. People know you're open. They're going to plan their trips for next summer, like I'm seeing in Arcata. They stumbled upon us last year. They came back this year. So timing is of the essence. I'd love to see it back on the agenda. Why I'm here. My passion is accessibility, legal compliant accessibility. I am looking for that second location, and I have visited, read, and been a part of every planning commission meeting from San Francisco North down to Chico and across to Tahoe. I'm having a hard time there. But I want you to know that your ordinance is very good. It's very good. There's always room for growth, but that is cannabis right now. It is an evolving business structure. There's no end to it. The reason why I've decided I want this spot to be my location is my mom's from this area. She spent 30 years on prescription drugs, which she is now off of. I introduced her to these tiny little chocolate-covered raisins that have 2 milligrams of THC in it. She can microdose throughout the day. She's off all prescription medication. The side effects that come with this is she's happy, she's got giggles, she sleeps really well at night. This guy right here is what gets her to sleep at night with no pain, no anxiety, and straight to bed. These are called Space Gems. These are right out of Humboldt County. It's a little gummy. Living in a county that is black market only, she has no other option. So she's got to leave the county, go to Redding, come over and see me. And now with cataracts, she can't come see me. So that's why you guys are seeing me. I'm coming over to visit my mom. And I'm hoping that we can move forward with this agenda. And if nothing else, let's get some delivery. I did pursue that with you guys, and I know it requires a cultivation license. I'm not a farmer. I'm a small businesswoman that knows a lot about the regulations and the licensing process with cannabis. Tying the two together is just difficult, and it's not allowing any of your farmers to offer it. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there's any delivery at this time. I think that's my blessing. I just want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Evening, Commissioners. John Brower from Junction City, and I agree with everything the previous commenter just said. But more importantly, right now is what the previous speaker, Amanda, was talking about in Junction City. This has been an ongoing problem for years. But our local planning department's been receiving complaints about this. And so I have a request that the Planning Commission and the chair agendize this item for the next meeting to vote on a resolution or make some kind of statement and offer some sort of public hearing for this important item. There's serious air quality issues directly upwind of our elementary school, where my kids go to school. School starts Monday. It's going to be another year of them breathing that dust. It's completely unacceptable. So I'd like to see this item on the agenda next meeting, with or without staff. I know they're completely overwhelmed right now with all things and doing a great job. But, we need a public hearing, and we need it now. So this is an immediate risk to health and safety in our county and to my kids. So I want some action taken now. I'd like to see it on the next agenda, please.
Thank you. Seeing no other public commenters, we will move on to...
Chairman Fraser.
Yes, sir.
Is it right if I ask a question to staff?
Yes.
Regarding some public comment?
Yes.
Ms. Hunter, could you provide me? Is it possible for you to provide me the information of how many complaints this gravel plant has received over the last number of years?
Yes, we've been busy compiling those into a spreadsheet format, and we have tackled the 2020 complaints so far received. We still have to go back into 2019. I'm not sure if we could recover complaints prior to that. We could definitely try, but previous to 2019, that might be a little harder, but we'll make an effort to compile those.
And so at the top of your mind, I mean, is it dozens of complaints?
Oh, absolutely.
Dozens of complaints?
Yes.
And how about violations? How many, over the last number of years, how many violations has this plant received, if any?
Well,
No violations?
not any that I'm aware of. I'm going to look to a staff member in the audience who's more familiar with the SMORA inspections than I am. And that would be David Colbeck.
David Colbeck, Department of Transportation Environmental Compliance Specialist. Since I took over this position about 2.5 years ago, I was taking over the SMORA responsibilities from Jan Smith, who was my predecessor. To be honest, the transition of that particular component of my job has not been very smooth in terms of inspections and keeping up in current with the financial assurances and the on-site inspections of a number of mines in the county. That's just where I am right now, honestly. I have been looking to transition that, and that was the plan when I started this position, to transition that back fully to the planning department. And that was Jan Smith's desire, I guess, which I was trying to uphold. To your specific question, I'm not aware of any violations that occurred on any specific site inspection.
So, what is the oversight on this plant then? There's been dozens of complaints, but no violations. I mean, there's scheduled appointments? I mean, what is the oversight?
With all due respect, I think we're getting into a discussion item that's not on the agenda. I'd be happy to place this on the agenda for direction at the next meeting. We are compiling those complaints. There was a site visit recently with Department of Fish and Wildlife, which is an important part of the site and maybe some potential violations or inconsistencies with the use permit, and so that would be my recommendation, that should it be the Planning Commission's desire to direct an item be put on the agenda for further discussion and direction to staff.
And could we have something on the agenda by next meeting, and whether staff is prepared to take any action on that, or if it's just a public hearing and
I don't think we'll be ready for a public hearing at that point.
just a,
Discussion and direction to staff would be the recommendation.
it would be good to get something moving anyway.
Okay. So I will take that as direction.
Yes.
Then,
Thank you.
Yes.
sounds like a consensus. All right. And now, moving on to agenda item number 1.
Okay, agenda item 1, there was a memo rather than a staff report. Staff has been unable to make the needed changes, do the needed research, and present the requested maps, or create the requested maps, zoning maps that were discussed. This item's been continued so many times. I still want to be ambitious and have it on the next agenda, but with the past and how many continuances, I do recommend that this item be continued to a date uncertain. Right now, the cannabis program, EIR, is taking precedence over anything else, and we will continue to try to get this ordinance in front of you. We do think it's almost complete, but still, we're just so very limited on staffing resources. We have not been able to get to this. I have not been able to get to this.
So you're asking us just to continue it and not to a specific meeting. All right.
No, and there was one comment received, which was attached to the memo.
All right. Well, because this item is on the agenda, we will open public comment on agenda item number 1. Would anybody care to address this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the commission.
Move to continue date uncertain.
We have a motion.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Competing motions?
I would like to just say that this is something that it's really frustrating that it is, it's not a criticism, because I understand completely
the problems that you're having and the overwhelming job that you're trying to do. I do understand that, but it's extremely frustrating that it keeps getting put off. This is something that is very important for many members of the community, not just the people that are cannabis growers or manufacturers or whatever. It's important to members of the community who don't necessarily want to have to go to Shasta Lake or Redding or Humboldt County to get whatever they need or want, whether it's for medication or recreational. It makes no difference. They should have access to it here.
One solution we are looking at is contracting with a planner who has written several ordinances, also to help with the storefront and to also help with the amendment updates and add capacity through that venue. So we are trying to look at solutions, and I share your frustration absolutely, and do not take that personally. Totally understand.
And that sounds like a good plan if it works. Thank you.
Discussion. We have a motion and a second. Everybody's here, so I don't think we need to do roll call for this one, do we? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 2, conditional use permit for Tule Creek Cannabis Project.
Okay, I have this item for it also. I'm already tired of speaking. Well, we do have the applicant present and the representative, so I will give a brief staff report and then hand it over to Bilderberg staff to fill in any gaps that are missed. This is a request for a use permit for several cannabis commercial related uses. The operation would include commercial cannabis cultivation, distribution, I think they might have fixed it too well. Distribution, commercial nursery, a type 6 non-volatile manufacturing operation, and a caretaker's unit up to 1,000 square feet. Actually, there is already a caretaker's unit on site, however, it does not meet code and it will be demolished and replaced with a much improved unit. And that does need to be part of the use permit. The project area includes those areas used for cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, nursery, processing, including gardens, soil staging areas, post-harvest activity areas, material storage areas, ancillary buildings, irrigation systems, employee areas, and access roads. Definitely a lot going on with this project. The proposed project is located in the historical mill and gold dredging site on 53.9 acres previously disturbed ground in Hayfork. The project applicant proposes an operation of commercial cannabis cultivation as a small cultivation site, allowing up to 10,000 square feet of canopy with future expansion of up to 1 acre of canopy as future Trinity County regulations allow. The proposed project is located at 690 Tule Creek Road in Hayfork. And the general plan designation is industrial. Existing zoning is heavy industrial manufacturing, which is defined as an M2 zone under the Hayfork Community Plan. Existing land use is a former wood mill and gold mining site. There's been quite a bit of disturbance on this site over the years, historically. Adjacent land use information, basically it's undeveloped land, agricultural preserve, and rural residential land uses around this parcel. Now, as far as the table below on your staff report, right at the bottom of page 1, you'll see it says location north in that first row, undeveloped forest. That's incorrect. I think our consultant did SHN prepared this, and if you do look at the satellite view, there is an area of wetland and some trees north of the middle building. It's still on the parcel. If one doesn't know better, you might think it's forest. It's not. The north adjacent land use is agricultural and with a flood zone and floodway. So if that looks a little weird, it is, and it's probably not correct. There in the staff report, quite an extensive narrative of the various uses. I will not go into great detail. I gave, as I said, a brief overview of the proposed uses and let the Bilderberg staff answer any questions and clarify those uses in more detail. No comments have been received from the public regarding this project. The proposed CEQA determination is a mitigated negative declaration, and the staff recommendation and findings is that the proposed project and evaluation of the surrounding land uses and existing zoning designation is the planning staff's opinion that the continued and expanded cannabis cultivation and distribution activities at the site are compatible with the general plan and neighborhood zoning designations, historical uses of the properties, and the expected intensities of anticipated future uses. Staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt a resolution and findings of the initial study and mitigated negative declaration are consistent with the California Environmental Quality Act CEQA requirements, and adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, an MMRP, that provides sufficient mitigation to reduce impacts from the project to a less than significant level. Also, approve a conditional use permit for the development of cannabis cultivation facilities subject to the conditions of approval attached to your resolution for that use as provided in the staff report and of the county's applicable commercial cannabis ordinances. And at that point, I will conclude my presentation and answer any questions you have of me.
Questions of staff? Mr. Chair, a couple points. One, Director, you pointed out that table where it says it's undeveloped forest, and you mentioned wetlands. And if you look at any of the pictures where the FEMA floodplain is turned off, the adjacent properties are not wetlands, they're developed properties. That's the other side of the road. It appears that the parcel abuts to the Creek Road, and across the road are developed parcels. Let's say to the north, we have development, not undeveloped anything or floodplain. It isn't a floodplain, but it is developed.
Correct, and it is zoned agricultural, and it is developed, and yes, absolutely. The wooded area is on the project site parcel.
I think it's zoned as rural
but it's
residential.
willows and stuff.
It's zoned rural residential. So it's a rural residential area to the north of the.
I checked the zoning before I came over, and it was agricultural.
Okay, so you may get a chance to check again.
Okay, I will.
My second question has to do with this infamous zone M2. There is no zone M2 in the zoning ordinance. It does appear in the, as you point out, in the specific plan from Hayfork from 1996 as a specific plan designation. And it is in the zoning map that was included in that. And this plan was adopted by the board in 1996, but the statutory requirement then to make the general plan and the zoning ordinance consistent with this never happened, and there is no zone M2. So it's always been a curious thing to us as to how M2 ended up in the GIS system or applied to any of these parcels. And in fact, I was reminded earlier today that we had another application on this very same parcel, and this very same issue came up at that time. Apparently, I thought at the time there may have been a rezone part of that application, to rezone it to I.
Was that a map, a proposed map?
No, it was exactly the same type of application, a project of cannabis manufacturing and a similar set of requirements, similar set of license applications. But there is no M2. Now it is curious, and I think I brought this up when we did the nursery ordinance, that it mentions M2, which doesn't exist in the zoning ordinance. But I would also point out that this applicant's asking for distribution and manufacturing. Now, unlike cultivation, where we list the places you cannot cultivate, in those ordinances, we specifically list the zones where you may get a license, and M2 does not appear there. So if it is a zone, then you can't get distribution or manufacturing. And if it's not a zone, because it's not in the Title 17, then the whole thing is questionable. I think the easy way out would be to continue this and bring it back with a rezone, and rezone this parcel to industrial, and then all the issues drop out. That's an observation. At this point, I'm just asking questions.
That would be a
Do you have any other questions of staff before we continue on?
I don't have any questions, but I do, you may have overheard me saying a little bit ago that in the Hayfork Community Plan, the Hayfork Community Plan does refer to M as a zone. The Hayfork Community Plan was worked on and completed in terms of the work that the people who were doing it in Hayfork were going to do, but it never was completely finished and submitted to the planning department and to the board to the planning commission and the board of supervisors. And in that, it had changed all of those M's to I for consistency. And I don't know if that makes any difference, because it's not been turned in and certified and voted on and everything else. But and I don't remember last time that we did recommend it being rezoned. I think we just left it that it was going to be that M and I were the same, and that because we approved the CUP at that meeting, and so we must not have requested that there be a rezone.
We could go back and look at those minutes too. About how many years ago was that? 2, 3?
2, I think it was 2. I don't think it was 3.
It's 2 years.
Okay, that shouldn't be too hard to dig up.
18, no.
Okay.
Any other questions of staff before we open this to public comment? All right. Well, we will just start out with the applicant, or I guess Bilderberg, give the agent Bilderberg, would you guys care to have the first public comment, or?
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Rachel with Bilderberg. We've been in development with this project since March of 2019. It's on existing industrial grounds in Hayfork. It's previously disturbed by agriculture, then a doodlebug dredge, and then finally the mill site. This would take the existing infrastructure of the mill site and rehabilitate it into cannabis facilities and provide expansion of the existing facilities, provide jobs, and provide a central network for cannabis cultivators to distribute their product in Trinity County. The CUP proposes up to 34 employees, which many people are really excited about, especially in Hayfork. There's been a touch of discussion on the wetland. So the wetland is the old mill pond. There's an existing berm around it, and since it has been neglected, it's turned into a moderately mature wetland. There's no plans to move or touch or rehabilitate or do anything with this wetland. It's actually a great screening feature between Tule Creek Road and the project site. There's additional screening from Salt Creek and Tule Creek with nice vegetation, so there's a lot of aesthetic buffer with the wetland and creeks. The flood zone around the creeks. Obviously, they have to stay out of it, and it's been recorded by FEMA, so it's relatively easy to do so. We're really excited about this project, and please let us know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions right off for the representative?
My name is Scott Watkins. I'm the principal of Bilderberg. I just want to jump in on Commissioner McHugh's comment about industrial. The zoning on page 5 of the initial study does claim zoning is industrial. So maybe that resolves that issue.
Well, with all due respect, the CEQA is the overriding document on what the actual zoning is.
That's true. I don't know if maybe the staff report had a clerical error, but the project was proposed as industrial zoning.
That's up to staff to tell me.
All right. We will open this up to public comment. Anybody care to comment on this item?
Good evening, Commissioner. Tom Belenko, Douglas City. I was wondering if I could get the phone number of the poor trimmers that can handle 1 acre of canopy cultivation. Other than that, I think this is a project that should move forward. I do notice that the staff report that accompanied the, I think it's a neighboring parcel from Somi Hoffman. On page 1 of that staff report, there's a footnote that says at the January 25th, 2018 Planning Commission meeting, commissioners clarified that the M2 designation is synonymous with the industrial zoning district. The Hayfork Community Plan included maps of recommended M2 parcels, but did not include a description of the M2 zoning district. Reference to M2 in the staff report includes industrial zoning, as the county GIS database does not currently reflect this change. I don't know if that really helps clear the waters or maybe muddy them further, but it does demonstrate that we have been in this place before, and I think I know that CUP moved forward. It may be something we want to look at maybe I believe these are the only 2 M2 designations we have, or maybe the other mill site in Hayfork. But that may be something separate. I hope that doesn't stop the commission from dealing with this issue. And I do think you should pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
So I'm Tom Evans, one of the property owners, along with Doug Evans, who's also here tonight. And I just wanted to, I'll be real brief, but for us, we're really excited about this project for the economic development benefit it proposes for the community of Hayfork. We're both locals, we grew up there. For me personally, I spent 2 years working for the Watershed Research and Training Center in Hayfork, trying to launch a project on this property to create basically a hodgepodge of wood products businesses to create sustainable economic in the community, sustainable jobs in the community. And you know, Trinity County is tough when it comes to businesses, and we're isolated, and 79% of the county is publicly owned. And so with those headwinds, the previous endeavor that the nonprofit tried to do was not successful, but we truly feel that the project that we are presenting tonight is in solid footing and really has the potential to do well and create jobs on this site that has been underutilized for decades in the community. And for us, it's really exciting to be able to see that move forward. And you know, cannabis is already very much embedded, especially in the community of Hayfork, and it's already overcoming the economic headwinds that so many other businesses struggle with here in Trinity County. And we feel that it's a good fit for the parcel and for the community. Thanks for your time.
I'm Robert from Junction City, and this project should be a slam dunk. I'd like to see unanimous votes for approval on this tonight. I see no reason to continue it, and it's exactly what the community needs.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no more public commenters, we'll bring this back to the commission.
I will go ahead and make a motion, and then we can discuss it. And I move that we adopt the resolution and findings that the initial study and mitigated negative declaration are consistent with the California Environmental Quality Act CEQA requirements, and adopt the Mitigated Monitoring and Reporting Program, MMRP, that provides sufficient mitigations to reduce impacts from the project to a less than significant level. Approve the conditional use permit for development of a cannabis cultivation facility subject to the conditions of approval for that use as provided in this staff report and of the county's applicable commercial cannabis ordinances.
Do we have a motion? Would anyone care to second that motion?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Further comment? Or
I will make a motion that we continue the item to the next meeting specifically, and ask staff to come back with clarification on the zoning question.
We have a competing motion. Anyone care to second that motion? I will second that motion myself. Now, we have two motions and 2 seconds. Discussion?
County council available to provide guidance to the commission on this matter?
I don't believe so, no.
Given the fact that when this same parcel with very, very similar plans by Somi Hoffman was approved with the notation that the M designation was synonymous with the I zoning, I don't feel that we need any further clarification. And I don't feel that we need to put the applicant through the expense and time of doing a rezone. If this were the first time this had come up, then perhaps. But since we didn't do it before, I see no reason to do it now.
I'm inclined to agree with that. My biggest issue is I do not remember exactly how we addressed this in the past. And I don't want to do something different. You know, it's like if I could remember how we addressed that M and I in the...
We addressed it by saying that they were the same, and that the intent of the Hayfork Community Plan, that the intent of the M was to be industrial. And that's exactly what the argument was.
We definitely need to clean up that mess.
And it will be done once we do the community plan.
Actually, it's not the community plan. Well, the community plan retracts that.
Yes.
That would do it.
Yes.
But it's the general plan and zoning ordinance needs to catch up.
Something needs to get caught up.
So do we have any further discussion?
Well, it seems like other than the MI confusion, it seems like it's a slam dunk. So, well, without that clarity, I'm not sure.
All right, well, we have two motions on the table. We will start with the second motion by Commissioner McHugh. And I don't believe we need a roll call vote on this. So, for Commissioner McHugh's motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
Okay. So on, okay, that motion fails. 2 to 3 on Commissioner Stewart's motion. All in favor?
Aye.
No. Opposed? No. Okay, motion carries 3 to 2. I do have one question. I voted no. I do have a question. That motion is passed. We're going on forward with this project. I still would like to see some clarification at the next meeting, if we can, of what actually happened at the last time this came up. I'm not sure. Looking at the map, it almost looks like there's 2 parcels right there. One of them we already did this with, if it's not the exact same parcel. They didn't mention fireworks manufacturing, so I'm thinking it's the next door parcel. It would be nice to know how we dealt with that, if we did anything, and how we can either get rid of the M zoning or what we have to do to clean this up in the future, because there is still one more mill site in Hayward that we could end up with more stuff.
Okay, so to clarify, what's being requested is to follow up on this item, have it on the agenda as a follow-up discussion with the background of what happened previously on the adjacent parcel, which is permitted, and then also some solutions to resolve this issue moving forward.
Yeah, I'm not that concerned personally if it's an agenda item or if it's just something you bring up in your director's report. Just if somebody could have some information, just so we.
I would recommend that if we're going to live with the footnote that was read, that should be brought forward as a resolution. We state that, or fix the zoning ordinance, one or the other. But there needs to be something that codifies this interpretation.
That would be good.
Okay, we will, I feel that this should be an item that goes on the agenda just so we can have a discussion and there can be contribution from the public. So they're aware of the item being discussed.
Okay.
And make sure we look up that footnote and see what's been done in the past.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Agenda item number 3. Mitigated negative deck and monitoring and reporting program for the Indian Creek Connectivity and Restoration Project.
Transition here. Good evening. Ask questions. Should I sit up front? Is that better? Where would you like me to sit?
You're fine.
Here? Okay.
Yeah, but we can hear you a little bit better if you're comfortable taking out the mask.
I'm new at this. Good evening, Commissioners, Chair. David Colbeck, Department of Transportation and Environmental Compliance. It's good to be back in front of you. It's been a little while now. I am here to present a project, but before I do that, I need to admit to a few clerical issues. One is that, as requested, there were some larger printouts of some figures that were included in the mitigated negative declaration that I'd like to hand out. And to clarify as well, the resolution that was provided in your staff report had a very small problem with it in terms of the acreage, was 1 acre off, and so I wanted to correct that for your potential adoption tonight. So I'd like to hand that as well. So the one in your staff report would no longer be the current copy. So now that that is out of the way, I'm here to present to you the adoption of a mitigated negative declaration for Indian Creek Connectivity and Rehabilitation Project. It is being proposed by the Yurok tribe, and there are several staff members in the room tonight that are here to answer any questions that you may have, technical background, purpose and need, anything along those lines. They are available. I would like to attempt to answer any questions you may have first, but if I get stuck, then they're here to help out. The document that is before you has been put together in a partnership with the Yurok tribe in BLM, representing as co-leads the NEPA process. County staff and planning department and myself have put together the CEQA component of it. It is a little bit of an unusual document because it's a joint NEPA CEQA document, which I'm not sure that this commission has seen before. It's not very common, honestly. It's the direction maybe in the future of this type of environmental work, but it is usually done by, say, Caltrans or Fish and Wildlife or the Trinity River Restoration Program that are represented by different CEQA leads. So this document is NEPA CEQA. It is an environmental assessment and initial study, which has then led to a mitigated negative declaration for the CEQA component. A FONSI, finding of no significant impact for the NEPA side, is expected to be signed soon by BLM as main lead. The nexus, the reason that NEPA is involved here is because this project is on BLM land. There are 4 parcels involved, 2 are public individuals, or private individuals, I'm sorry, and then the BLM. So because it's on federal land and it has some federal funding, then that is the nexus for NEPA, the requirement for NEPA in terms of CEQA. The need here is a floodplain development permit that has been applied for by the applicant. That had some discretionary review, which required CEQA to be completed. In terms of the permit itself, the floodplain development permit, there is a section in county code that allows for this type of habitat or wildlife improvement project to move forward under a director's decision, a director's use permit, as long as a professional engineer has created some sort of documentation stamped and certified that it meets code requirements, principally that the project does not raise floodplain elevations above 1 foot, which has been provided to the director. That permit is pending your decision tonight. So the project itself, the location is in Indian Creek, as I mentioned, on the eastern side of Trinity County. It is about in the middle of the watershed. It is roughly 7 miles from the intersection with Highway 3. The figures that are provided for you, I believe, give you some, or perhaps in the MND itself, give you some sense of the location of the project. The purpose of the project is multifold. Is to restore fisheries, hydraulic connectivity, geomorphic processes, improve water quality, principally for sediment, as well as enhance riparian vegetation. Overall, it's to increase the natural function of that specific reach of Indian Creek. In order to do that, there will be roughly 4,000 linear feet of watershed that will be involved in the project. It's approximately almost 40,000 cubic yards of material involved in terms of cut and fill that is all located on the site. That is just being moved from one location to another in order to reach those project goals. There will be a large woody material placement that is meant to increase stream function in terms of roughness features, as well as some replanting efforts in terms of native willow that are currently going to be harvested on site. This type of project is it's called Stage 0, which is a method for restoration, and it's something that we're excited to try here in this county. And happy to discuss that any further if you have additional questions. In terms of what's in front of you tonight, in terms of the CEQA document, the environmental evaluation, we do the standard process aside from the nuances in formatting with the NEPA CEQA component. It still followed the same CEQA guidelines, answered relevant questions, and had the public comment period, tribal consultation period. And I want to stress that in terms of adopting this type of CEQA document, it's required that you as the deciding body review the comments that were received and to understand the responses. So I just wanted to point that out as it was mentioned in the staff report itself. I provided in the staff report a brief synopsis of those comments that were received, which are also included in Appendix F of the Mitigated Negative Declaration document. I'm going to refrain from reading straight through those, but I just wanted to highlight that. I also here have some copies if they need to review that again. as well as the mitigated monitoring reporting program, which is also a component of the adoption of this document. So I want to keep it brief. I think I did the best I could. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions? Thank you.
For clarity, is this will be the third time that a project of this magnitude has been attempted in this site?
I did include that in the staff report, some history of this particular location. Yes, there have been some attempts to improve this particular region. It's been heavily impacted by mining principally, as well as some timber impacts or logging impacts. The creek itself, the current condition is pretty incised, it's pretty impacted. It has lost its ability basically to function naturally within the width of its own floodplain. So yes, there were attempts in 1997. There was another attempt in 2011, and those attempts were not successful. This particular project is a different design approach. I wouldn't call it aggressive, but it's more holistic in its approach, and with the goal of allowing the creek to function naturally as a principal component of what they're trying to do. It's a more expansive project than what was attempted earlier, and so there's high hopes for success.
Thank you, sir. All right. We will open this agenda item up to public comment. Anyone care to do comment?
Evening, Commissioners. Tom Malenko, Douglas City, Indian Creek Road in Douglas City, to be more specific. I've been paying attention to this project for years now. It's an intriguing concept that they're proposing. I think based on some of the other approaches that have been tried, I think this one actually has a chance of restoring connectivity in the creek, which would be a great thing, both, for my personal belief in having a creek that's connected both to the Trinity River and the ocean, but also for habitat and habitat potential that's an anadromous creek. And if there's connectivity, there's not now. I just drove by it a few minutes ago. But if we could restore that, which has been missing for decades, it improves one of the last upper reaches that's not dammed. It's I don't know how many streams there are beyond Indian Creek before you get to the Lewiston Dam, but the Indian Creek is certainly one of them, and it's a long journey from the ocean to there. But it would be great if we had that connectivity restored. If you go through these documents, I think they are more than comprehensive about what's being proposed and how it can have a potential benefit to the environment there. So I think I'd encourage us to approve, and I hope that NEPA and the federal agency sees fit to approve this as well, and then we can get started. I see the wood staged out there already, so this is a project I think is really ready to go, probably just waiting for these two approvals. So I hope they get this one tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
John Bauer from Junction City. I agree with the previous speaker. I think this is exactly the sort of project we need to see and try. We're watching the salmonids go extinct every year. It's a little worse, a little worse, a little worse. This is exactly the place we should be spending money and effort and trying what we can while we still got a few fish. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll bring this back to the commission. Commissioners.
Yeah, I have a question for staff. Or this stage 0 concept of rehabilitation, has that been attempted elsewhere in the Klamath Basin?
It has not been attempted in the Klamath Basin specifically. It has been attempted in a number of other areas in the Pacific Northwest and internationally. So it's No. So basically for this region, that's one of the reasons that this project is exciting to staff and the applicant, of course, is because it's a chance to see how it can affect this particular reach. There are a number of similar reaches within the Klamath Basin and the Trinity Basin specifically that could also benefit from this type of approach that is taking a relatively low gradient, wide floodplain that has been impacted, that is basically mostly cobbles and goes subsurface. There's a number of reaches, other creeks that this could potentially be applied to. But to answer your question, not in the Klamath specifically. Is that good?
Yeah, it's really encouraging and it's something that many of our watersheds need rehabilitation. That being said, where's the nearest zone, stage 0 rehabilitation that has occurred?
I will call on staff member Kyle to help me with that. Kyle DeJulio is with the Yurok tribe.
Hello, Commissioners. Good evening. Stage 0 it has been implemented at many sites in Oregon. Some of them are in southern central Oregon on the coast. Others are in the McKenzie drainage in the Willamette. The Willamette Forest has a biologist there, Paul Powers, who's done a lot of these projects, not only on their forest, but neighboring forests. And so I would say that's kind of the hub. But it's been done on the dry eastern side of Washington and Oregon, as well as the coastal range, and they've seen great success and immediate response from fish.
Thank you.
If it's of any interest to the commissioners, I did put together some additional examples of stage 0 construction. It's a very simplified figure format of just pictures of a project that Kyle just mentioned in the McKenzie River drainage in Deer Creek up in Oregon. If that's of interest, I put that together for your review, just related to the application of stage 0 techniques.
Yes.
Yes.
Further discussion, motions?
Waiting for I'm tired. Just think you're tired.
To highlight in that on the first page is Indian Creek itself, a photo taken in mid-July of this year showing the condition of the creek, subsurface flows, which is again a component of this project, a goal to increase hydrologic connectivity.
I have a question. I may have missed this in the secret document. Is the work you're going to do going to disturb any bad residual effects of mining? Is there mercury or I've forgotten what the sequence is. So can you remind me?
That is a fair question. So we received, one of the comments that we received, there were 3 agencies that responded and 4 private individuals. One of those comments to the MND, as it was out in public comment period, was from the Department of Toxic Substance and Control. I'm sorry, I didn't say that correctly, but it is actually located in Appendix F of the MND. One of their questions was related to hazardous materials and as they relate to mining. Our answer is, our response to that comment was that no, that further investigation is not needed in order to describe any sort of potential methylated mercury or biologically available mercury concerns. Because where that mining occurred in the past was principally in the terraces above the project area itself. So if you imagine the valley floor where the work is principally happening, the mining occurred on terraces up or at a higher elevation from that. So some mining alluvium has, over the last 100 years or so, found its way into the project area. But what we're stating is that because over the last 100 years, that bed load has been sifted and sorted so often in such flood events as occurred in '97, which destroyed previous restoration efforts. That bed load has been sorted to the point where the mercury in the top levels is not likely to be of concern. More than that, it doesn't have the conditions in those areas of grading where the methylation of mercury can occur in terms of anoxic soils or anoxic conditions or organic or sulfuric soil layers that allow the bacteria to survive that actually creates or methylates the mercury. So our understanding of the confines of the project and where the grading occurs, which again is in one of your larger printouts, the yellow, red, green, which is also in the MND for the public, shows that area of cut and fill with respective depths. So you can see that for much of the cut area, it's really not very deep. It doesn't get to a depth that was identified in the investigatory pits that were dug in that area. About 9 of them were part of the investigation for this project. Did not get to the depth where there could be a potential for anoxic conditions. There's also the idea of continual wetting and drying can help create some methylating conditions, but this project is meant to increase the groundwater level to a point where riparian vegetation can take hold. At the moment, the depth is pretty significant, and that's the reason that those pictures or the current condition of the site is so abused, is because the groundwater is so low that nothing can grow. So as you inundate or raise that groundwater table to allow for riparian vegetation, you also further reduce the ability for mercury to be methylated.
Wow, good answer.
And that again is in the response.
So the staff report it communicated information about noxious weeds, but help clarify. I live in Junction City, and when the fire came through, and it was recolonized primarily with invasive weeds. Yeah, so be it Scotch broom, tree of heaven or paradise, star thistle, ivy, Himalaya berries, it seems like it was the noxious weeds that recolonized when the area was disturbed. And so what type of mitigations is this project going to undertake to that doesn't occur here?
That is a fair point. Anytime ground is disturbed, then you have the potential to reactivate an existing seed bank of invasive or noxious weeds that may already be present. Unfortunately, the methods to deal with that can be somewhat limited in their ability, because this project is applying what you really generally think of standard best management practices. That includes one comment that was received from an individual where the equipment is to be washed thoroughly before it even enters the watershed. That again is something that's relatively common, but is something that will be focused on in terms of the environmental commitments for this project. There are no soils that will be imported for this project. It is only using what is existing on site. Some of you jump. The plan for revegetation is principally limited to what native vegetation already occurs in terms of willow plantings. So harvesting willow, not all of it, but basically you take cuttings of a bunch of willows. You take some of those and you install them into other places. So one of the best ways to combat noxious or invasive weeds is to utilize the native vegetation that is on site. Seeding, to and native grass seeding as well will help compete and help reduce the likelihood. There are some monitoring components that are related to the post-project. Those are principally related to other factors. But you're right to bring it up, but I want to highlight that for this type of project, it is doing what it can reasonably do in order to prevent that from happening.
Great, thank you. Where are the trees coming from that are going to be biomass? It doesn't seem like there's much biomass in the creek bed.
There's not a great deal, that's true, and that's part of, again, the project goal. There are some trees on site that will be harvested, but there's another figure in the M&D, and I apologize, I can't point to it specifically at the moment, but it shows areas of where vegetation will essentially be left and other groups that can be harvested as part of the grading operation. That would include any sort of larger bed load as well for roughness features. That is a goal of the project. There are, as a commenter stated earlier, there are some trees that are slated to be used for this project. They are full length with bowl attached type trees, which are ideal for any creek watershed restoration type practice. Those came from an associated project on BLM land in the same watershed, in the Indian Creek watershed, that was under a timber harvest plan. And that would be something to discuss with the Yurok in terms of Yurok tribe staff members about any more details about those trees themselves, but they did come from the watershed and they are ready to be installed.
Great.
Anyone care to make a motion?
I move that we adopt the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, determination of a mitigated negative declaration and the mitigated monitoring and reporting program, and adopt the recommended findings listed in Resolution PC-2020-08.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any competing motions, further discussion?
We should clarify we're talking about the resolution 2020-08 that was just handed out tonight. Not the one in the staff report.
Yes.
I apologize, thanks, Steve. I apologize for that confusion in the forms. I just wanted that to be as accurate as possible. There was a simple mistake in terms of the number that I used. You're looking for the one in the whereas, the first whereas.
21.4.
21.4 acres is the new one. And that is the one that is the current final suggestion for adoption.
Then if I can amend my motion to adopt the recommended findings listed in the amended resolution PC-2020-8 that lists 21.4 acres of floodplain on 4 privately and publicly owned parcels.
And I'll second that too.
Right. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion, competing motions? All right, this is a resolution, so this will be a roll call vote.
Commissioner McHugh.
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews.
Aye.
Commissioner Stewart.
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh.
Aye.
Chair Frazier.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. To agenda item number 4. Before we get started though, would anybody need to take a recess for a moment? Okay, yes, let's take a break and we will re-adjourn at 8:20.
Chairman Fraser.
We will reconvene. You know what's on my mind.
I just want to remind you the streaming is still going to be on. So.
It's going to be a long night tonight.
It's not a small thing.
Their application.
Yeah, it literally, they said that it was what's involved for
Thought it was the same.
I thought it was, yes.
I mean, I remember hearing that.
And then
it was.
And it was other stuff. I don't think, and I don't think we ever sold it.
Because I remember that was your year.
Exactly. With mine.
Yeah, with the booties. With the
Right.
He was getting.
Yes, making sure that he was not somebody. Yes, yes, and exactly. Yeah, he did, oh, yes. And in fact, my friend.
Have you been back here?
I have, his wife is selling vegetables. But yes, they took me around. It's really, it's clean and it's really very impressive. And one of my friends who lives in that area, who does not like it at all, but she loves the wife, and she went and saw the wife, and she took her around. She was very yes. And then also came up with and he went ahead and sold part of it or sold all of it. Then what we're going to do is
Well, we could, I mean, I'd be happy to do it, and I think it's what the society knows, it's just a little bit, we talk mostly about real estate, or is it, I mean, it's county law. So we could do, touch around, have some good history, what you're looking for is good history.
Yes. And in fact, I was
No, we could put it out to its purposes. Or at least the board, I was looking at it.
Yeah.
Give us some comments.
If it was the board, I'd be happy to support all the recommendations.
We won't have a full board meeting until September. We could pass it, but we already have some.
There's no depth on there. Yeah, I just read it, but I didn't put them out, so they're all remote, so I think.
Well, it'd be good for all of us to, look at it, but what's effective.
It's just food for thought. So maybe I'll So, Roy, I'll probably get in touch with you to ask about the rotary account that has $8,000 in it or something. I said, he wanted to consolidate, and I said,
Well, I spent a long time talking to him about it last night, so I think I got a plan of
well, I told him we had a
ways in a way that we can keep them separate.
Hey, you're right, I really should check that.
I appreciate that he kind of has taken over that function.
Well, yeah.
On the other hand,
Well, I mean, the problem I was looking at is some of it's so short. They become so brutal, they're hard to deal with, they're hard to even figure out.
what software is he using?
Oh, usually QuickBooks. But he tends to do too many categories.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
You'll do a good job.
Yeah, he will. He will.
Motion for a second. Then the other two are randomized in the chair.
Yeah.
Mixes it up. I don't always like it. Sometimes I want to hear what Graham, how the heck he's going.
You have more meetings than anyone else.
Yeah.
I just thought she was just going to how we normally are seated.
No, a couple meetings ago, it was just getting too confusing, and I said, just go by district. That's our words, yeah. I was surprised you didn't pick up on that. I saw emails. I saw it in your face. Well, I picked up on that. Yeah.
We're right. Well.
Oh, I don't need this now.
Are we all back? We will reconvene the regular.
1 second.
And we shouldn't have the 45-minute problem tonight.
That would be good.
No.
We're past that? Yeah, I guess we would be. Yeah.
Okay, we will reconvene the August 13th regular meeting of the Trinity County Planning Commission. We are moving on to agenda item number 4, zoning text amendment to amend Trinity County Code Chapter 17.17 duplex for residential R2 district.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, and members of the public. My name is Lisa Lozier. I will be presenting agenda item number R4. This is a text amendment, and this project was initiated by county staff. And it specifically deals with Chapter 1717, duplex residential, or the R2 district. And what we're going to talk about tonight is very specifically Section 1717.010, which is currently codified as a reserve section, and Section 1717.020, which is uses permitted subject to first securing a use permit in each case. So to back up a little bit, July 23rd, 2020, at the last Planning Commission, staff brought forward a resolution to the Planning Commission and requested direction in regard to the 1717.010, which is the reserve section, which typically would include uses permitted by right. So in this case, currently, there are no uses permitted by right in the duplex residential R2 district. So the commission adopted the resolution and directed staff to come back with some suggestions as to what that might look like for permitted uses in this district. So this is the topic that we're going to discuss this evening. So ultimately in 2014, the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors were going through and looking at the requirements of the Federal Fair Housing Act and California Fair Employment and Housing Act. And there were a number of changes to the zoning ordinance at that point in time. And the changes to section 1717 were made also at that time. So personally, looking through the information, I believe that there was probably some mistakes made as far as what the strikeout was and what the intent was. That's just my opinion. You know, ultimately I wasn't there. I'm sure there's some members of the commission that have much more information regarding that than I do. So ultimately what we're going to do this evening is take a look at what staff has recommended and hopefully have some discussion, and we'll go from there. So proposed, what staff is proposing for section 1717.010 as permitted uses, we would strike the word reserved, add uses permitted, and we would add 2 single-family structures as permitted uses, duplexes, and also triplex as a single structure. That would be the recommendation for 1717.010. And on to amend section 17.17020, and that is uses permitted subject to first securing a use permit in each case. On number A, we would propose to strike where it says 2 single-family structures. We would also propose to strike where it says triplex single structure, and that would be the total of staff's recommendation.
Any questions, staff?
I have a question. If condominiums are included in A, what about apartment buildings? Or because I was trying to argue with myself that, well, maybe an apartment building is so similar to a condominium that they're the same, but they aren't.
The difference being condominiums are owned, the units are owned versus apartment complex.
Yeah, exactly.
We did try to keep, based on the, I'm gonna jump in here, I apologize. Based on the discussion regarding the initiation of this rezone and their approval to proceed from the Planning Commission, we tried to keep these changes very minor in nature, almost surgical. And when we do start working on some zoning amendments, that is coming up. It is part of the general plan RFP, request for proposals and some targeted zoning amendments, especially those related to housing, compliance with state housing law. There'll be further changes. So this is the just immediate, have some uses permitted as appropriate, and then we'll go back later and we'll be looking at all of our residential zones for compliance with state law.
Okay, so can you make a note to bring up the possibility of adding apartment to that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That would seem like that would be R3.
We do have an R3 zone where multifamily.
This is.
No, I'm aware of that, but with the CUP, there may be a small apartment building that would be appropriate. But if we're not going to do it now, then we don't even need to discuss it.
Right now, my recommendation is take condominiums out, and this is a medium density zone, and any apartments or condos go in the higher density zone.
And that makes perfectly sense. I just think if condos there, it either shouldn't be or apartment should be.
Well, we could definitely strike it tonight.
And Okay, yes.
We're not there yet.
Then I will when the time comes.
Okay, maybe we can't definitely do that, but it could be considered in
Okay,
this amendment.
Yeah.
Well, let's, do we have any other questions for staff?
I have one.
Okay.
In the spirit of making minimal changes, which I thoroughly concur with, since you're trying to avoid triggering CEQA here, since you can have 2 single-family dwellings, it strikes me that you don't allow 1 single-family dwelling without a conditional use permit. Now, I understand it's R2 and not R1, but I can have 2 single-family structures by right, but I can't put 1 in there and maybe do 1 later, or, you know, this all came from the mother-in-law federal housing thing, and it strikes me odd that you're making, because the original chapter 1717 that was amended by that exercise turned 2 single-family, I don't think it said 2 single-family structures, I think we added that, I didn't really know at the beginning, but if you're going to say 2 single-family structures versus a single-family dwelling, that would really strike me as odd. The other point of that comment, and we can come back, we don't need to get into discussion, that's just an observation. You did insert triplex, and I think I mentioned this last time. So if you put 3 families on that parcel, now you may be wading into CEQA territory, because you're changing what the intent of the original ordinance that got amended by the federal housing rules and the state housing rules, by going from allowing a second family or a duplex anywhere, which is what they wanted, to now putting 3 on that parcel. So you're not doing CEQA here, you're giving that right away here, and you're taking it out of conditional use permit, so you're not going to do CEQA there either. So all of a sudden, all the duplexes become triplexes with no CEQA analysis.
Yes, an ADU would still be allowed with the 2 single-family residences.
What would be?
An ADU.
Accessory
dwelling
unit.
I'm sorry, accessory dwelling unit.
I saw it in there somewhere, where, it seems to me like what Commissioner McHugh was asking is why can't you have 1? If you're zoned R2, you can't, the way this is written, you do not have the right to build 1 house.
Right, no, I understand that.
You would have to build 2,
And that's the purpose of R2, is you start to get higher density. And so if someone can, they're gonna buy it and they're gonna put a single family house, and that will happen more often than not. And the purpose is to have housing options and affordable housing options, which usually are multiple, are multi-family units. Not always, but in a general rule, we look at multi-family units as affordable. So as we're looking at housing options, if there's an option to just put 1 single-family residence on a parcel, then you're taking this medium density, we're going to call it medium density because it's not your single family, it's a duplex or triplex, possibly with ADUs, and you're not full apartment complex, you're not full condos, it's that medium density, and that fills a gap in the need for housing, and that was the mindset.
Right.
Makes perfect sense.
Any other questions? All right, we will open agenda item number 4 to public comment. Anyone care to comment?
Good evening, my name is Dana Ryan and I live in Weaverville. And I may have been one that brought this to the attention of having just a special use permit for R2 lots. I own 3 R2 lots and there's others that are in the community. I sold one of my R2 lots a couple years ago to a developer, a contractor actually, and it was involved enough to where he was busy doing just single family dwellings that he didn't want to take the time to go through the special use permit. And so I may have brought it to the attention that I'd like to build something on these R2 lots, but to go through the use permit process without having the right to have a special direction of what you can put on an R2 or R1 or an R3 lot. I'm the one that I think has brought it to the attention, and I think that should be brought back to where it was. It was, I think, accidentally omitted. And you can't just, I guess what I'm saying is when I bought the R2 lots, I was expecting to be able to go in and build a duplex right away without having some complications. And being busy doing other projects, it's easier just to set those aside. I think with the R2, one of you were asking why you can't put a single home on there. I would like that as well, but the whole purpose of it is to have more density. R3, obviously you can put a lot more, but they don't like to downsize it. If it's R2, they don't want you to put a single family home. They want you to have more houses on it, more living space. So thank you for taking your consideration on doing this.
Any further public comment? That we will bring it back to the commission.
I'm not convinced of the triplex side of it. As was pointed out, we have to allow ADUs on any of these parcels. So if you have a duplex and you're allowed an ADU, you can have your third because we have to allow ADUs. If you put a triplex and you have an ADU, so now it's a 4-family lot. So I would like to see us go back to the original wording of section 17, which said 2 single-family structures. Well, we had to add the 2 single-family, I think, and originally it said duplexes. So the 2 single-families and duplexes make sense to me. Triplexes, I think, is where we get the bridge too far. Just my thought.
And as mentioned earlier, we could make further changes in the future when we're comprehensively looking at the zoning code sections. That would be fine. I think we still, with the 2 single-family residences and the duplex, achieve the goal.
So for clarification, are you saying that you would prefer to wait to say just, let me get this right here, wait to say 2 single-family structures and duplexes are uses permitted and putting triplex under with a CUP, or that's something you would like to wait to do?
I would like to see the triplex in. I believe this is more of a medium density zone, and a triplex would fit nicely into that. But it is at the will of the Planning Commission, and I do, Commissioner McHugh makes a very good point. And the goal was to keep this simple and surgical. So I would prefer to see triplexes personally because it offers another housing option in that medium density. And that's why we tried it. But if it doesn't work this round, we'll hopefully get to that later.
I don't have the general plan in front of me, but could you give just like a brief description of high density versus medium density?
I'm not even sure the general plan defines that, to be honest. That's the goal of update, though, is that kind of information in regarding housing. A medium density is so a medium density is typically your duplexes and triplexes, you know, not the apartment complex with 30, 60, 100 units. That would be the R3. It's based on the density. And so that is, the R2 could fit into closely with an R1 zone, which is a single-family residential zone. They can blend nicely together. Sometimes the R3, as a planner and for housing, you'd love to have a mix of the high density of single-family residential and the medium density. However, that's not always realistic. So we work with what we have. So especially like take Weaverville, for example, the medium density is intermixed with single family residential. And I would like to see more of it actually built on. So those homes are there, but as Mr. Ryan explained, a lot of these lots are sitting there not being built on. So I'm not sure that's answering your question, but if you know the R3 is just your highest density possible as much as your infrastructure can allow. And the medium is between, you know, the single family residential
And a triplex.
and apartment condos, the higher density.
Thank you for that clarity.
Okay.
I'll make a motion. If you're ready.
Sure you're gonna be changing stuff.
You ready?
Oh, no.
No, no. I recommend.
Are you recommending and making it?
I beg your pardon. I move that we adopt a resolution recommending to the Board of Supervisors a change to Chapter 17.17, which I'm trying to do this. I'm going to pause. The wording in your resolution, I'm trying to sort through all the attachments. The resolution 2020-09 you're asking us to go for recommends to adopt the following environmental findings and recommends to make wage and the ordinance. And the ordinance, the resolution looks fine. The ordinance is where I need to break down. All right, I think I see what I'm saying. I move that we adopt a resolution recommending the Board of Supervisors to amend Chapter 1717, that resolution is 2020-09, as is in the staff report, and that resolution recommends the adoption of an ordinance change, and an ordinance that changes the zoning law, but I would amend the draft ordinance that's in the attachment to delete triplexes and move those back under Section 1717.020. As requiring a permit. However, so the uses permitted by right would be 2 single-family structures or duplexes. And that we find that these amendments are not subject to CEQA under the general rule exception, which exempts activities where it can be seen with certainty there's no possibility of causing a significant effect on the environment.
I think that's it. We have a motion.
I'll second your motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any competing motions or further discussion? Okay, while we're discussing, I would anybody be interested in tackling the condominium issue at the same time?
I'll go ahead and I'll do a competing motion. I move that we find that the amendments to Chapter 17.17 of the Trinity County Code is not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, under the General Rule Exemption 15061B3, which exempts activities where it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility of causing a significant effect on the environment, and that the Board of Supervisors approve an ordinance to amend the zoning code of the County of Trinity identified in Zone Amendment DEV 2020-03 with the change that Section 17.17.010 reads 2 single-family structures and duplexes and triplexes, and that Section 17.17.020, read .020A, read single-family dwelling, hospitals, rest homes, sanitariums, and clinics.
We have a competing motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have two motions and 2 seconds. Any further discussion?
Yeah, my concern with that second motion is that I believe we're overstepping what we can change with the finding that there's no,
The common sense exemption.
yeah, I don't believe that that exemption applies when we increase the density in a zoning district by right. And we've done that with this last motion. I don't have too much heartache over condominium, but I think it's sort of a gratuitous change at this point that we ought to postpone until we do the full update to this thing. So I don't necessarily agree with doing it, but I don't necessarily object to doing it. But the one I do find I have heartache with is the triplex in the uses by right.
I agree with Commissioner McHugh on the triplex system.
All right, well, we will.
Can I amend my motion then?
You are welcome to do that.
Okay, then I will amend my motion to remove, I can see your point, to remove triplexes from uses permitted under 17.17.010 and add triplexes under 17.17.020A to be single-family dwelling, hospitals, rest homes, sanitariums, and clinics, and triplex.
Remove condominiums.
And remove condominiums.
Okay, so we have an amended motion, and I believe you were the one that seconded that.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay. Now, any further discussion? So we will, this will be a roll call vote once again, and we will be starting with Commissioner Stewart's motion.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I'm not calling for the vote. We're voting on your motion
Yes,
to begin with.
Yes, I was just kind of daydreaming for a second. Sorry.
Okay, Commissioner McHugh.
Sorry, not funny.
I'm gonna vote no. No. Nay.
Commissioner Matthews.
Aye.
Commissioner Stewart.
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh.
Aye.
Chair Frazier.
Aye. I think we got that one done. All right, so that motion carried 4-1. We will move on to agenda item number 5.
Oh boy, back to me. Yeah. Too many files.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I don't know, that's unorganized. Okay. There was a memo that accompanied this item that was sent out to the planning commission. Has everybody received that?
I did, yes.
Okay. And it was available to the public as well. At the request of the applicant, Jeff McPherson, there was a request for a continuance The applicant currently has a Public Records Act request in with the Planning Department for records and past records and correspondence on this item. They'd like additional time to get those records and review those. With that, we do recommend continuing to a date uncertain, but this was agendized and noticed as a public hearing, and the applicant, or the appellant's, consultant, authorized representative is here, Bilderberg, Scott Watkins, and can answer any questions if you do have any. But again, we request continuance to a date uncertain. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, staff, before we open the public comment? Okay, we will open the public comment on agenda item number 5. Anybody care to speak?
Scott Watkins from Hayfork. The applicant did request that this item be continued. The staff report reads that he should have appealed the decision in 2018, which he did. And there is some question as to the result of that appeal, which is why the public records request was requested. The due date on the public records request was August 10th. We were hoping to have that information before this hearing. The county council requested an extension, which we allowed, and so the extension is for another 2 weeks, week and a half.
August 27th, I think.
Something like that, yeah, 27th, that sounds right. So we're requesting that this matter be continued until after the public records request has been fulfilled. And in time to review those records, obviously.
So you're not asking for us to move it to a date certain?
Correct. We have to look at the information before we'll have an idea of timing.
All right. Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioners? I'll make a motion to continue this to a date uncertain. Second. A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 6, appeal of planning director's decision P-20-22.
Okay, yes, this was an issued license that was revoked. The appellant and licensee Monica Henschke is present with Representative Jim Underwood in the audience and can answer any further questions. The appeal to, the decision to revoke the license was based on an inspection on May 27, 2020, which identified 4 violations of subsections of Section 7 of the Trinity County Ordinance. That revocation letter is attached and outlines on the second page the violations that were found. Those were cultivating without a state cannabis license within 90 days of receiving a county commercial cannabis license. 2, the use of 5 hoop houses without building permits. 3, the use of recreational vehicle without first obtaining a director's use permit. And 4, the use of recreational vehicle for ongoing human habitation without first installing a permitted septic system. There is also a letter in your staff report from Mr. Underwood. And in that letter, he does claim there had been ongoing compliance with the appellant and former licensee, Ms. Henschke. There is a record of ongoing non-compliance issues on this property, and staff disagrees with that assessment. In September of 2018, there was a non-compliance. That non-compliance was cleared. However, again, that was 5 hoop houses without permits. over canopy, over the 10,000 square foot canopy. The canopy measured at that time was 18,387 square feet. A notice of non-comp was issued. This was cleared, the hoop houses were removed. The cannabis cultivation was not abated. It was harvested. The plants were not removed. So those plants were harvested and sold. So that's how the cultivation was cleared. Then fast forward to May 2020, again we have the 5 hoop houses, and also again, operating and cultivating without a state license, and the RV use without a director's use permit or septic. So there has been non-compliance issues in the past, and staff disagrees that this applicant had been in compliance. Staff recommends that the appeal be denied.
Thank you. Any questions of staff?
So in the situation where you find someone non-compliant, how much time are they given to cure?
7 days.
They're given 7 days.
Right.
And so that process was followed, right?
The process was followed for which?
So they were advised of these defects, given 7 days, and then you revoked their license. Is that correct?
Correct.
So on this latest violation, did they, when was the notice given?
The notice was given, it is in the staff report.
May 27th, 2020.
Yes, May 27th.
Was given May 27th, and so they would have had till the beginning of this June, like sometime in the first week of this June that was May 27th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Okay. They would have had 7 days after that, and was that notice given? Is it handed to them? Is it mailed? Is it certified mail? What's?
It is certified mail.
Okay, and
emailed.
Okay, and you have the receipt from the certified mail?
Yes.
To show that it
Absolutely.
was in fact sent and received. Okay.
I do have one question there too. We're talking, it says there's cultivation without a state license. They do have their county CCL. The use of a recreational vehicle for human habitation without a septic. How did they get their county cultivation license if they didn't have a permitted dwelling on their property?
They can have a building permit.
So, but in order to get that building permit, they would have had to have the director's permit for the RV. So there's
No, it doesn't necessarily go that way. They can't get the director's use permit for the RV until they have
a
the
building
residential
permit.
permit.
So they have a building permit on the property at the very least in order to get the CCL.
You know, I apologize. I could look up in the file real quick. I am not sure if the building permit has been applied for on this property. I believe it has been. Maybe the applicant can answer that question.
That was just a question I had. And, any other questions? Yeah.
The September prior year episode with the
2018, actually, yeah.
I'm sorry, 2018, with the over canopy, would have been given 7 days to correct. Did they correct it within 7 days?
No.
That harvest didn't occur within 7 days. The 18,000.
According to our records, those plants were not abated. They were able
Within
to
7 days.
cultivate through the year. There was not follow-up at that time. The abatement, the clearing of the non-compliance came because it was at the end of September. It was the 28th of September and the harvest took place, is my understanding. And that's what the record reflects.
And what was the date?
It was September 28th. And
No, that the notice was given.
The non-compliance notice
Yes.
in 2018. It would have been, but I will check. Find it. Yes, it was issued on September 28th.
The non-compliance notice was issued on September 28th.
Correct.
And when did they clear their plants?
I'm not sure when they harvested.
Okay, because even if they cut them down and sold them within that 7 days, that's still abatement.
Yes, but they did not, it's my understanding they did not cut those
Do
notices
we
down.
have, but we don't, do we know that for a fact?
I'm not sure what happened in 2018.
I know you weren't here yet.
So the thing is, that compliance was cleared.
Okay.
One way or another, it was cleared. However, in Mr. Underwood's letter, he states that this licensee has had a history of compliance. So I only bring this non-compliance up because to illustrate the fact that no, there has been compliance issues in the past.
Okay, I understand.
So for clarity, when there's a violation and there are 7 days to abate their nuisance or out of compliance, isn't it the farmer's responsibility to call the county and invite them out to witness that it's been abated? Is that the process?
Mary Beth says yes.
They go back and re-inspect to see and whether or not the yard guys are code compliance.
And was there a reinspection of?
I don't know because I wasn't.
I can tell you that in 2018, there were issues with reinspection.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have any further questions to staff? Or do we want to open this for public comment? All right, seeing that, we'll open this to public comment. And
good evening, Commissioners. Let me just quickly address the non-compliance issue of 18, because really in my letter I was focusing on the existing license and that which is subject to revocation. And I will concede, even in recent months, there were some violations, and I tried to explain the context for those. The 18 issue isn't really before the Commission, excepting as it may relate to a history of compliance, okay? I understand from the property owner who's here, Monica Hedgke, that the violations that were brought to retention back in 18 were fully abated within 7 days. Again, I don't think that's directly pertinent to the matter before you tonight. What is particularly important is this issue of notice, because the staff report does a good job of identifying the ordinance language relating to violations. And, you know, for purposes of the license in question here, there were technical violations. What didn't get included in the staff report, and what I couldn't find in the record, and what I don't believe exists to my knowledge, is an actual notice of violation giving a 7-day period within which to cure, which is Part B of the ordinance language that's stated in the staff report. And that's a prerequisite to revocation. I mean, in fairness, if if it's brought to a license holder's attention that there are problems and they don't take care of it in a timely way, as in 7 days, it ought to be revoked. I believe that the attachment to the staff report that is the notice of revocation was the first notice, written notice, to the license holder of violations. And had she gotten a 7-day notice, as had occurred back in 18 on a different property, it would have been cured. I mean, there's too much at risk not to. It wouldn't have made sense. And so, in this case, I mean, I may have missed it in the file if the planning director, Kim, has a copy of a separate notice of violations and 7 days within which to cure. You know, I'd appreciate seeing that, because I don't believe I have. And importantly, that's a really important procedural prerequisite to revoking a license. And it's just a matter of procedural due process. So, I mean, this is a property owner who's tried to become licensed. Has she gotten it right all the time? No. Has she had some challenges even recently? Some relating to her own personal health, some relating to the weather that prevented getting the septic system in. Everything's abated. Everything has been brought current, and whether or not anyone's been out to inspect that, I don't know, but they would confirm that were that to have occurred. I don't have any further thing to add, but I'd be glad to answer questions that you might have. And Ms. Henschke is here as well.
Thank you.
If I can ask one more question of staff.
Well, more in public comments, you can, when we bring it back to the commission, that'll be fine. I do have one question for the applicant that I asked staff. Is there a building permit on the property or a permitted dwelling?
Okay. Yes, there is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And there is now, regarding the septic, I got the CUP in January. From January until I finally got the septic approved, I went to multiple people. It's a remote property. It was very difficult to get somebody. I finally got Larry Shaw. And then he was unable to do the septic right away because of the weather. And there's a letter that he gave to Mr. Cody, making the staff aware that he could not put in the septic right away because of the weather. And at the time I was told by Mary Beth that that was acceptable. Here's, I'm sure you have a copy of this. So it took Larry Shaw, that septic permit was issued in February 19th of 2020, and it took me until, I don't have it, but until June to get the whole thing. I have the dates here somewhere. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. So the septic is now was inspected in March, preliminary inspection, and then the final inspection has been completed. The director's use permit was started in March. It was very difficult. It's a very remote property. It takes 2 hours from here to get there, and it's hard to get people to come and do work there. And vis-a-vis the 2018 violation, that was completely abated within the 7 days. Jeff Dickey said it would be acceptable for us to send photos, and we did. And those plants were cut down before they were mature in order to comply with the canopy. I had people helping me, and I thought the canopy was within what it was supposed to be. But it was completely abated within that time period. And they should have the photos.
Thank you.
Any further public comment on this item?
I have a question for the applicant. The 5 hoop houses that seem to recur this year without building permits, is it your intent to get building permits and use hoop houses, or will you stop using hoop houses?
If I have a permit to plant again, I will most definitely get permits for the hoop houses. I was told that the hoop houses were, I wasn't there because of my health issues, that they were the non-permitted size. And no, I will definitely make sure that any hoop houses that are there are completely permitted.
And they've been taken down in the meantime.
They're
They
gone.
do not exist at this point.
Okay, we will bring this item back to the commission.
Excuse me. So on the next one, you have attached a copy of the certified mail receipt. There is not one on here.
Well, on that next one, the certified mail receipt tag is on the letter of revocation. The important one that we have to make sure that was received timely was the notice of non-compliance. This starts the 7-day clock. I think that's the important.
And that's what I'm asking. That's exactly what I'm asking for. That we don't have a copy of the certified mail delivering that notice of
Okay, I wasn't good at the question, but that is the relevant question, I think, is the notice of non-compliance.
I can only find the certified mail for 2018 issue.
I'm sorry?
I can only find the certified mail receipt for the 2018 notice of non-compliance. I cannot find it in the file for the notice of violation.
Without that, I find it very difficult to uphold your denial of the.
The date on your notice of non-renewal, May 27, I guess the inference you'd like us to take is that that occurred after the 7-day period expired, so all of that was earlier in May, the notice of non-compliance, the 7-day expiration, and then your decision to revoke. That's the sequence is how it happened according to your file.
According to the file, we just issued a letter of revocation with a 7-day cure period. No notice of violation was issued.
So the 7-day cure period starts with the notice of revocation or a notice
Correct.
of non-compliance?
The notice of revocation. It started with the notice of revocation. There was no other correspondence sent prior. Mr. Underwood is correct.
But still, without something proving that she received that notice of revocation, it would be very difficult to uphold.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, just real simply, the second paragraph of the section that's referred to in the ordinance says applicant shall be given up to 7 business days after date of written notification to correct defects prior to revoking the license. And there's no reference to 7 days in the notice of revocation. It's just not there.
In any case, I'm going to, without anything showing that she was given a starting date for her 7 days to complete any amendments to her property that needs to be done, I see no option but to move that. And I'm not quite sure how to word it, but that that we uphold, that we approve her renewal of her CCL 331 commercial cannabis cultivation license.
Was that a motion?
I think so.
That was a motion.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or competing motions?
I'll make a motion. I'm going to make a motion that we uphold the appeal and leave whether or not to reissue the license up to the planning department.
Uphold the appeal?
Yes.
We uphold the appeal.
That's basically what
It's the same thing he says if he
Yeah.
didn't mention the
Except-
license number.
You went on and reissued the license, and I don't think that's our, I would move we uphold the appeal of this denial.
Then I will,
We have a competing motion. Do we have a,
actually, I'm going to withdraw my motion because it's basically the same.
So I'll second that motion.
all right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion, competing motions? Not, we, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Okay. Moving on, agenda item number 7. Appeal to planning director's decision P-20-25.
Okay, so this is a license application that was in process. It was not, the license had not been issued yet. This is, the appellant is he present? Anybody here representing this item? I'll make sure I mess up the name. Sargi? Sargi-san? This location was 800 Mountain View Drive, Lewiston, assessor's parcel number 025 to 219-00. This cultivation was occurring on the site prior to issuance of the license. and therefore the application was denied. Do have the certified mail with this one, and photos, and then the explanation by the appellant on their appeal is that proper notice and the notice fails to provide pictures or descriptions of buildings or location that were in violation of said code sections. And the staff recommendation is to uphold the denial, planning director's denial of the cultivation license based on cultivation without a license. What is this picture?
Terrible.
It's far away.
What is it a picture of?
It's a picture of greenhouses with cannabis plants.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, because I see nothing there.
They're surrounded by oak trees.
Okay.
But,
So did a staff member or code enforcement person go
No.
onto the property, or was it viewed at a significant distance? I'm just curious. I mean, was that picture as close as anyone got?
Evidently, yes.
Yeah, because if these pictures are supposed to be proof, that's pretty sad.
there's got to be a better original somewhere.
They aren't pictures of anything. Couldn't even tell they're trees.
This is the only proof that there is cultivation occurring?
That is the only proof I have in the file, correct?
Do you have a statement from who the compliance person?
I do not, and in the future, I will make sure they are present for these items.
Well, at least they should memo to file on what they found.
Absolutely, and finding out the case as well. There are some pictures, they're the same pictures. They're not much better.
Because it doesn't even show greenhouse in ours.
And they certainly don't show anything growing inside of them.
Not that you can see.
Okay, well, do we have any questions of staff? Any more questions of staff besides the pictures? We will open item number 7 up to public
Okay.
comment. Oh,
Yeah, actually, I do have a question, another question.
oh, yeah, before we open public comment.
Yes,
go ahead.
please. So, did the person who did the inspection actually go into these greenhouses?
No, I don't have confirmation they actually went onto the parcel, onto the property and the greenhouses. I don't have that testimony. Again, moving forward, we need to have much more substantial evidence when we make these decisions. And pictures that you can actually understand what's going on.
Okay, now, we will open public comment on agenda item number 7.
Good evening. Jim Underwood, I represent a couple of, several property owners, including Laurel and Steve Edwards, who are here and may comment separately tonight, and a number of folks who also live in or near the Mountain View subdivision in the Lewiston area that is in the vicinity of this grow site. I would note on the question that was posed by a few commissioners, the response or the actual documentation provided by the appellant seemed to suggest that he had cured the alleged violation, so there was at least some sense of admission that there were pre-existing violations. Nonetheless, I have a letter that explains why the Edwards and numerous other neighbors support the planning director's decision in this matter, and that's all I really wanted to note for the commission, unless you have questions about the proximity of properties. I would note, as stated in the letter, that this is the kind of project, because it seems to be interconnected with other cultivation sites in Lewiston, that really would be appropriate to have some fairly extensive level of environmental review if it were to be approved. I mean, it's really one of those very disruptive traffic, noise, dust, and light with vehicles between different sites in Lewiston all the time. And so, in any event, the Edwards and many neighbors support what Planning Director Hunter did in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Just as a public watcher here, at the very least, I think this item should be continued, but there's no evidence that I can see in the staff report that shows there's plants in there. And so when we're talking about revoking a license for somebody, just speaking as a professional who deals with this all the time, it's their livelihood, right? And so if you're going to make that action happen, you should definitely have some solid proof behind it in order to take that action. I think we just saw that with the last item. So I would like to just point that out. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laurel Edwards. I do live in the Lewiston Mountain View subdivision. My husband and I have lived there for 28 years. We've lived in Lewiston for 32 years. And I'm here representing a lot of my neighbors who are really unhappy with the commercial activity, commercial cannabis activity that's going on in Lewiston, and specifically in our residential area. I'm going to work really hard to change your minds about issuing permits or even accepting applications for commercial permits in residential areas. It has really changed the way our life has been in seeing the traffic, the concerns we have about water, the non-communal type of people that are moving in, and we're just really unhappy. We hope that it gets changed. 28 years ago when we moved in, we thought it would be our forever home, and it's not turning out the way we thought it was going to be. And we haven't even lived there the longest. We have much older and much longer residents that have lived there that are just up in the air about what to do, and maybe a little bit afraid. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I ask you, how close are you to, are you a next door neighbor to this property?
Not next door, quarter of a mile?
Quarter of a mile.
Traffic goes by.
So, yeah, the traffic goes by, right by our property.
On the same driveway?
All the time. Yeah, and as the crow flies, maybe a quarter of a mile.
Quarter of a mile. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
My name's Steve Edwards. I live in Lewiston, Mountain View area. Quality of life when I moved there was very nice. Quality of life in this county is not very nice now. It's changed. It's changed a lot. I don't know how long you folks have lived here. I've lived here, as my wife said, at the Mountain View area for 28 years. Lived here a total 32 years. And it was been a good county for me. But it has changed, and it hasn't changed for the better. That Mountain View road that goes in through our subdivision goes to the top of the canyon, and there's no egress besides that road. One road in, one road out. You all seen what happened in Paradise here a few years ago. I worked for CAL FIRE for 16 years, and we talked about that problem in Paradise the whole time that I worked for them, and it finally happened. Same thing could happen in Lewiston. Traffic is a problem. People that want to go out and take a nice walk, lots of traffic going through. And some of it isn't really going very slowly. Some of it's going way too fast. The roads in there are not taken care of by the county. The one main road in is. From that point, it branches off into several different roads. Those are all private roads. County has no business taking care of them. So it has affected our quality of life. And that's one of the reasons why we moved up here, was to get this nice quality of life that we had in Trinity County. Well, it's not so quality now. And I think that people need to think about other folks that live in this county that don't grow. I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. John Brower from Junction City once again. And as you wrestle with this, please keep in mind that the creation of our cannabis ordinances did exclude cannabis licensing in residential zoning, but did not exclude it from rural residential zoning, in keeping with our cottage industry ordinance. And we are talking about livelihoods in typically one of the very poorest counties in the state. So please be mindful that there is a difference between residential zoning and rural residential zoning. And, the cottage industry ordinance is very clear. And please be mindful of that as you do wrestle with this topic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, Tom Belenko, Douglas City. I don't really have any familiarity with this site or the package. I did just want to follow up with what Anna mentioned about, having some verification. And, I understand code enforcement probably has some different standards they adhere to when they're looking at an abatement for an unlicensed parcel. They have to look from a public area. But anybody in the licensing program, even at the application stage, has signed a consent and authorization to enter private property. So that may be something worthwhile. Like we could get more information about this rather than one blacked out photo. Find out that county officials are allowed to go on there if they're in the licensing program. So it may be appropriate to continue that until you get further information. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring this back to the Commission.
I think continuing this is probably a good idea. So I would move that we continue item number 7 until we can get clarification on just exactly what is happening. I don't know how soon that could occur. If we want to do it, I would just continue it to an unknown date in the future, I think, because unless you think we can have it by...
We could have more information by the September 10th meeting.
Okay, then I would suggest that we continue it to the September 10th meeting. Or move that we continue it to the September 10th meeting.
We have a motion.
I'll say.
We have a motion and a second. Any competing motions or further discussion? None. Motion and a second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? None. Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Moving on.
Okay. Before we go on, I need to recuse
Okay.
myself from this.
Anybody need a recess? We will take a short recess before we go on to agenda item number 8. Oh, okay.
That's the last public item.
Yeah, I have something to say. Yeah, I want to come back.
Hey, Dara.
How's it going? How's it going?
Fine.
I'm recusing myself.
Oh, all right. Sorry you have to do that. but-
No, it's appropriate.
To meet you too. I was just going to come out and get you some.
No, we'll wear that, but if they show the meeting.
Yeah, but they should, just as a thought process, they don't have enough, so the children should be tired. Thank you so much. But everything, they don't have enough. Just so. The public has a right to see this stuff. Well, not happy. But I think it is important. That sounds almost like a first. It is important. Yeah, majority of the board is actually. I just call it. I didn't bring it up. We would love to share that if that's what your offer is.
Yeah. It's always one.
I think we harvested 12 cucumbers today. They're not particularly, yeah, but I'm not sure I'm picking some.
How are you? How are you? Good day? Long day.
What you sign up for nowadays.
Tomatoes are kind of confusing really fast. Favorite plants, black prim, it's a heirloom. Yeah. Just put me on. You know, it's of some sort of wilt. And I have no idea, but they're heirlooms, and heirlooms are not resistant to any of those things that you usually.
Ours are doing really well with potatoes.
Right? You can make a change. Well,
The heirlooms are very
not necessarily, but the black cream aren't pretty big. My delivery is hybrid, so they're fine. Yeah. I said, this is a little late for me, but everything. But anyway, what else do we have? Oh, this is a blanket on We have frozen some, and we have some Romanos, flat, and almost there.
Okay, we will reconvene the regular August 13th meeting of the Trinity County Planning Commission. Agenda item number 8.
Okay. Agenda item number 8. Hopefully I can get through this one. This is a license that was noticed and had gone through the process. It's a new license. The applicant was RBR Agricultural Enterprises, Raymond Levasseur. He's in the back there, and the license applicant's representative is also present, Flora. The appellant is Mary Bowers and Carl Fisher. So the appeal is the planning director's decision to approve a commercial cannabis cultivation license CCL-2020-671 for a small mixed light cultivation operation, which is a type 2 license. The site location for the proposed license is 241 North Vista Lane, Hayfork. Assessor's parcel number 014-360-13-00. The acreage of the site is approximately 7.5 acres. The zoning district is rural residential, minimum 5 acre, RR5, and the general plan designation is rural residential. The staff recommendation is to uphold the approval of the commercial cannabis license, CCL number 671, as the requested use complies with the provisions established by the Trinity County Commercial Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance number 315-843, which allows for limited cultivation within the rural residential zoning district. Any questions?
Any questions, staff? None. We will open agenda item 8 to public comment. Anyone care to comment?
You mind if I pull this off my side? I don't talk very loud anyway, so it's hard to hear me sometimes. So anyway, I'm just going to work off this rebuttal that the I guess it was the Anna Wright put together. It's got some false and misleading information in it. It references a lot of state codes and such in CEQA. So I'm just going to kind of go through this. I'm not going to hit every item, but some of them that I think need to be looked at. And just to start out, I'd like to discuss the rural residential zoning. And maybe we could pass this out so it's nice and fresh. I don't think anybody has their zoning manual with them at this point. My wife and I wanted to get out of an urban area. We're looking for a rural property to live on, And we spent a little over a couple of years looking around Northern California on the west side of the valley. And didn't find much that really appealed to us. We ended up working with a realtor in Weaverville, saw a number of properties here, very nice, but none of the homes really met our lifestyle. So there was a vacant parcel in Hayfork, and was perfect for what we wanted. And so we purchased that in 2005. It had domestic water from the water district. It was close to downtown, but it was still rural. It was undeveloped, so we could build the house we wanted to meet our lifestyle. And it was zoned rural residential. And so looking at that zoning, number one, I think it's important to look at what the framers' intent was for that zone. They obviously named it rural residential, not rural commercial, not rural mixed use. The permitted use is one-family dwellings. The agricultural uses except those requiring a use permit, da-da-da-da-da-da. And if you look at it carefully, they have spent a lot of time and effort in going through different animals that you could have on the property, and it limits the number of each type of animal per so many square feet. Obviously, the intent was to not allow something to get out of hand and have a public nuisance. They even say that the square footage used for one category couldn't be used for any other. So if you had a horse and you had to have 20,000 square feet, that 20,000 square feet is out of the picture if you want to have chickens or whatever else. So looking at that intent, I think that the board kind of overstepped bounds on this, and I think knowing the current board over these last 4 years, I know why that was, and I think the argument I'm giving you, if it was presented in court by an attorney, I think we would win a case in court against the county. So that's that one. The other one is, just going down a little further, they talk about the Hayfork Water District, which is not in the carve-out. And I'd like to have you look at this document. This is an excerpt from the Trinity County Commercial Cultivation Ordinance. And it has to do with the carve-out. The county, which was going to do 500 licenses, somehow magically decided 530 was the better number. And we know that came from the District 3 supervisor, who won an election built on a campaign of out-and-out lies and promises that she couldn't keep. Some of you are familiar with that. So somewhere along the line over the last 4 years, she was able to, with the help of another supervisor on the board, who are, I don't know the political way to put it, but maybe a little more involved in the marijuana industry than they should be as supervisors. So again, somewhere along the line, although the water district in Hayfork was in the carve-out in the original ordinance, and I know it for a fact because I was on the board at that time when that emergency ordinance was put together. And the reason for the carve-out was that the county knew for many years before, with all the illegal grows and all that kind of stuff, the biggest problems was the interface between marijuana grows and basically properties that are in areas of neighborhoods, higher density population areas. So the board at that time decided that there needed to be a carve-out. And the carve-out, as you can see, is for areas of higher population density. And they list them here: Weaverville Community Service District, Coffee Creek Volunteer Fire Department, Trinity Center, Community Services. Let's see, where are we? The Lewiston Community Service Districts, plus they list a number of other areas. Then it says, which are in proximity to high-density areas and therefore create a substantial risk of public nuisance. Our friend in the 3rd District got, through manipulations, got the A4 District taken out of the carve-out. And that came from a lot of threats on her life because she wasn't able to produce the promises that she'd made, and they found out that she was lying about a lot of things that they believed in. And it came back to bite her on the next election because she lost heavily to somebody in Douglas City, and so she lost most of her support in paper. So I think the whole thing of the water district not being in is just corruption. 350-foot setback. I'll come back to that, but that was just kind of a number that was pulled out of the air at the time. And I'll go down. A lot of the CEQA stuff and different state codes. I think all of you have been in Trinity County long enough that these exist, but we all talk about them. They're the one size fits all. And it doesn't, most of them frequently do not apply to this county. And I'll point out a couple of places where that's the fact. Aesthetics. It says, absent evidence to refute the state's findings, Shell's argument, cultivation impact, local aesthetics is moot.
Oh, we do usually, we should have a 3-minute timer, but as this is the appellant, so we will give, he has more than 3 minutes, and the response from the applicant, they will have more than 3 minutes also. So we probably really, it shouldn't be considered public comment period right now. It's more of the appellant speaking than the applicant speaking.
Well, that's why I was slow getting up, because I thought the public comment would come after these.
Yeah. So that's where that is. So he will have more than 3 minutes.
Okay, so absent evidence to refute the state's findings, arguments that cultivation impacts local aesthetics is moot. The first picture is these bright white hoop houses. This one is across the gulch from us a little bit to the south. We don't see it too much when the oak leaves are out, but all winter they glare at us. This one is just being built. It's directly west from our property, again across the gulch, and that one we can't miss. The next page is 2 hoop houses, fairly new. They're on a property adjacent to ours to the north. And fortunately, from our deck where we spend a lot of time, we can't see it when the oak leaves are out, but obviously the rest of the year we can. And we're not too worried about that. The aesthetics is terrible, that it doesn't go with a residential neighborhood, but we're not typically bothered by the odors or anything, and I'll explain why later. The next picture is the south border of our property, and if you may not have seen how these parcels are laid out, but they're 300 feet wide and about 1,100 feet deep, and 300 foot is along the roadway. Anyway, this is along the 1,000 or 1,100 foot side, the south side, where the pine rounds are down there. Hoop houses would probably be built from there going west, which is towards the right side of that page. And this picture was taken from our deck, so they'd be very, very visible to us. The next page is two hoop houses, which is what the Bowers get to look at from their house. I just don't think they fit in a residential area. That's not what you typically see. That's industrial type of buildings. Okay, moving on. There's an indication here about water quality. I think that the chance of water quality and what, if something happened, it would be going into the Hayport Creek. There is a seasonal creek that goes through this gorge, and I think that's not much of a problem. What is a problem for us in the neighborhood is quantity of water as far as volume and pressure. And I will show you a picture. Sorry, Mary. These are 2 water tanks that were built and constructed for the neighborhood in that area, which takes up North Vista Road and Murray Lane. And not a lot of houses on those. There's not a lot of parcels. They're both dead-end streets. And they served quite well for the neighborhood. And then the upper end, the north end of North Vista Lane, the people up there decided they wanted to join into the district, and so they had to extend the main line up there. Well, above our house, I think almost every property is a commercial road with the exception of about 3. I'm not sure. I think Mary lives there and I do. How many commercial grows above our property?
I would say there's 6 above us.
There's 6 of them?
5 to 6.
Yeah. And how many parcels are up there?
Maybe 9.
We're kind of rambling here. Can we?
Anyway, okay. So what happens is when they start irrigating, they have no water pressure. My wife will go out and put a sprinkler on the ground to water something, turns it on, and it's like 4 or 5 feet out. You go back a little later, and it's been sucked down, and it's this much area. The system can't handle the amount of water that's being taken out for irrigation. Going down a little further, traffic and dust. It says the road and trucks would have to drive on is paved all the way until right before the applicant's home. That's false. And I got accused in this rebuttal of not having proof or facts or anything, so that's why I'm presenting these pictures. This is a picture of North Vista Lane, right at the junction where the county road stops, which is paved, and our road starts. Obviously, you can see, I did it in black and white because it shows the gravel better than color. You can see that's a gravel road. Those little 2 arrows on each side is about the end line of the county road. The next picture is up on that next curve, and you can obviously see it's gravel road. The next picture is around the next curve, gravel road. And then this goes up A little past those arrows where there is a pavement, the people that own that property who have moved out paved in front of their property because of the dust problem and noise problem with gravel. And that's just a 300-foot stretch of paving. And then it turns to dirt again. We ended up have our section 300 feet paved for the same reason. Noise with the gravel, because they just race up and down that road, and the dust. Okay, there was an indication that all the potential impacts commercial cultivation could have on traffic and dust have been ruled as less than significant by CDFA. Again, this is a one-size-fits-all, and I would agree with that statement if I was in Butte County or I was in Colusa County, where the roads have constant traffic that's pretty standard, a lot of traffic. If you get down in most of the areas, and especially paid for, almost every road is dead end. So we know what traffic is. There's, only so many houses, and when it comes time for the season to start, the traffic more than quadruples. So that statement just doesn't fit our territory. They're not talking about dead-end roads. And as you probably know, in the summer season, when marijuana season starts, the population of this county increases by about 30%. And I also am aware that the whole time I was on the board, had many discussions with Rick Tippett in Transportation and Roads, and he was complaining all the time about the damage that the marijuana industry traffic was causing on his roads. So again, the one-size-fits-all from the state doesn't fit most places here. The next page, she talks about smoke. No, it says smoke, but she's talking about wind. And one of her complaints is that the prevailing winds in that gulch are from west to southwest. They're out of the west to southwest. That's why the road to our north usually doesn't affect us, and I'm going to give you one time it did, and it caused a big problem. And she just talks about this 1 to 3 mile an hour, 1 to 7 miles an hour. This has gotten pulled out of the sky someplace. So I want to show you this. We happen to have had for a number of years it's a Davis Instruments weather station, a fairly decent one. And so what I did was I printed out, is there enough? I think I have one I don't need. Is there enough there? Okay. So I printed this out. On the right side, it gives you wind speeds. And on the left side, it gives you what part of the compass the wind is coming from. And the time period, this is starts in August 2019 and goes through July, and on the next page it shows July and August of this year. So the lighter colored blue are what are called the wind speed. The darker colored blue is high wind speed, and so you can see high winds, the low wind speed is up between 5 and 10 miles an hour. The high wind speeds go up to 25 miles an hour. And we get the most of the winds in summer and fall. It drops off in the winter. The red is the direction the wind is coming from. And if you look at, like, it goes from west to west-southwest, it's almost a steady band of red. And we're talking winds that are up to 25 miles an hour most of the time, and once in a while they'll go up to 30. It's pretty constant. We've lived there for into our 14th year now. It hasn't changed. So this grow, the odor from that grow will go directly to our house, across the street to other properties there. There's no way around it. And I'm going to come back to the property to our north, and I think it was about 3 years ago. The prevailing winds tricked us, and they started coming out of the northwest. And so we were getting the odor from that grow. It was fall. And sometime that fall, I started having a heart problem, tachycardia, arrhythmia, which is very, very high heart rate, and it's a irregular heartbeat. It has a pattern to it, but it's not a regular sinus rhythm. And I had it for 2 or 3 weeks, and I couldn't understand why. I mean, nothing was changed. And then all of a sudden it dawned on me, we've been strong smell of marijuana this whole time. So I contacted my cardiologist at Stanford and had them send me a heart monitor. Well, by the time the heart monitor got here, the crop had been harvested and processed, and it was off the property. The odor was gone, and about 2 or 3 days after the odor was gone, my heart went back to normal. I know I'm allergic to marijuana. I found this out in the early 60s. I can't smoke it. I get distressed respiration, and I can't consume it. I was at a party where it was in the spaghetti sauce. Didn't know about it. And late that evening, my wife told me they almost took me to the emergency room, but I started to get my breathing back again. So I know I have the allergy, and that thing with the tachycardia went away as soon as the odor went away. So this is going to be constant every year from this side. As far as where the odor travels, if you do the math, 5,280 feet per mile, and you look at a 10-mile-an-hour wind, which we have a lot of, it travels 880 feet in a minute. At 5 miles per hour, it's half that, 440 feet in a minute. This is 350 feet away from us. That minute doesn't give it any time to dissipate. If there was no wind, the odor does dissipate because of the partial pressure loss. It needs to find a constant amount of the particles in the air, molecules. So all of this does not fit. That's not what we have here. And I will be back at the same thing if my heart does the same thing, which I feel it probably will. And then I can document it with a heart monitor. But I don't think I should have to risk my cardiac health by having this grow next to me. Or I've proven it's going to come right to me. So, and I don't feel like I should have to move to get away from it after spending 14 years developing an undeveloped property. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Thank you. And now we can hear from the applicant or the applicant's representative.
We did both. Applicant and representative?
Oh,
Go ahead.
oh. Either or.
Yeah, we'd like to both speak, so I'll let him go first.
Hi, my name is Ray Lavasser, owner of the property we're talking about. I live in the valley, me and my wife and 2 sons, we're looking for a place to move, to retire. Okay, so about a year and a half ago, we started looking for properties up in Placerville, Tahoe, and we ended up coming across this property. And we did the research on the front end, saying what we could do and couldn't do on the property. Okay, we went through almost a year of going through and talking to people, talking with Flora, different things. We've gone through the whole process with the state. They've gone out and done all the testing, went out to the site. We think we've done everything we have to do on the front end. We followed every rule, every law, done everything that we've asked, okay, from the state and the county aspect. Okay, in doing that, the reason we're moving up here, we have 2 boys. The youngest one's getting ready to go off to college. This is his senior year. My oldest son is autistic. And when I actually met with Mary back in April, and we were talking about the reason I was moving up here, and they asked if we were going to do hoop houses. And we said, we're looking to. I go, we've already got our application in, we got to go through the process, we can't do anything until we get the final approval. And they were like, okay. And she asked why. Well, my oldest son is autistic, special needs. He's age 4 to 5. Okay, as a parent, you don't want the day to happen, you're not there to take care of him. The reason we bought this property and the reason we want to do the family growth in the business is to make money to put aside for him. So when we pass, we know he's taken care of. Somebody will be there to take care of him rather than putting him in a hole. Okay, I'm getting to the point where I'm getting ready to retire. This is something that we can do as a family. And we are trying to go by all the rules, do everything legal. And we did not see any appeal or anything coming out of left field. So we've done everything, we think we've done everything we can to be straightforward with everybody, talk to everybody. And now this is coming out of left field, and it's a little hard. So that's all I have. And you can see our notes from Flora. My wife's got a memo in there. We've done a lot of research on the back end about the winds also. The water table, yes, it is those 2 towers you see the picture of. Our property, we're the last property. We're the lowest level. We actually have to have a pump with a separate power line to get us water pressure. So there's different ways to manage things and deal with things. And they continue to keep selling properties above. Like there's a big lumber company in town. He just bought a huge lot up the hill that he's been building, his custom house. They keep selling those lots, but they're not fixing the water pressure. So could an application be denied because of that? I don't know. I mean, that's something that has to go with the county and affects everybody. I mean, it could be as simple as we have a separate tank that on the off hours, we do a slow trickle to fill that tank to do the watering during the day for the irrigation. There's certain things that can be done that people want to talk and work. This is an investment. This is something I'm trying to do for me and my family. And we've been going through all the steps to do everything legal. So I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes.
Cherie would like to speak as well at one point. She mentioned it on the chat, but she would like to speak.
Okay, so when do we get to?
That's also the applicant.
Okay.
She's the wife.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess you can pass her in if you can.
Excuse me, we're having a hearing right now. Thank you.
Okay, she's
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I'd also like to be able to go and look at some of the letters that were written. And I did file a memo, which is attached. The appealants were questioning power outages in the area. And I'm sure, do you have the document in front of you? Do you have the memo that was attached?
Attach those staff report.
Because I can't present that to you, but it was attached in the memo. They had indicated that on June 28th that a transformer blew, and because it was overloaded. I spoke to Kim at Trinity PUD. It was a fuse that blew. The reason's unknown. Trinity County has what they call is a fire safety alert. And sometimes fuses would blow because of wind, or a balloon, or a bird, or a big piece of dust. They don't know why, but there's times where fuses will blow. But it was not a transformer. And as you can see by the document, they're claiming that there's lots of power outages. There was only, in the last year, and I printed, that I was able to print from August 2019 to current, there were only 3 outages. Well, there were 5 total, but 2 of them were scheduled. And in the last year, there was only 1 that happened in 2020. So I'm pointing that out. I'd also like to point out that they were concerned about the water. I looked at the Trinity County Waterworks. They published their consumer confidence reports, which are available online. They're there from 2019 to 2015. In their consumer confidence reports, there's no issuance of pesticides, but you did have E. coli in your water system in 2019. And then, lastly, the brewers mentioned that they're going to lose loss of income from their rental. You know, it's a possibility, but when you're renting to your sister, family usually sticks with family, and I don't see that Wendy is going to leave her brother Lance.
Can we please only address the commission, do not address the...
Oh, no, I'm not addressing you. I'm actually commenting to their letters that so I'm responding to their letters that they wrote. So I'm not responding to them, I'm literally responding to their letters that they wrote where they said they were going to have loss of income. And they failed to disclose that they're renting to a family member. But, you know, like Ray said, we're trying to do this as an investment. My son graduates this year, and we're going to be moving up there. And we're trying to do everything legal. We're trying to do everything in a positive way. We've spoken to another neighbor that's next door. She asked us some questions, and we told her that we were going to be as discreet as possible, and because she had concerns. And I said, trust me, I will make sure that it's not going to limit what you consider a nuisance. And she and I had a wonderful talk, and we've been talking as a neighbor should talk. But you know, it's our hope that you will continue to approve this. We are here to do it legally. We don't want to do anything that's against the law, and I hope that you approve our license. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, Tom Belenko, attorney this time from Douglas City. And I want to make a threshold comment before we dig into the specifics of this. I am concerned about the Commission's time, for selfish reasons. I have my own stuff I want to see come before here. I got some CUPs pending. I want to see us get to the general plan update. I don't want to see these CEQA appeals become variance 2.0. I know staff is overloaded, but we need a protocol about what gets you past the threshold on a CEQA appeal. And that has got to involve some evidence, some data. At the minimum, an affidavit, something sworn under oath from even the appellant, something that says this is evidence. Expert opinion. The CEQA guidelines say reviewing agencies or organizations should base their comments on facts, reasonable assumptions based on facts, or expert opinions supported by facts. We have allegations, and then we can't turn everybody who doesn't like cannabis saying, oh, I got a CEQA appeal because it's going to be near me and that affects my environment. It's just, and the concept that rural residential might not be appropriate for cannabis, what a novel concept. I mean, how many hours have we spent on that? The four of you for sure, two of you in the audience and two of you up there, spent the better part of the spring of 2016 on that very question. And then it made it into the ordinance. Rural residential is appropriate. And the signature on that ordinance is Carl Fisher. The other thing that ordinance says is 350 feet is sufficient to mitigate the nuisance conditions caused by cannabis. And we've been doing that for years now. There is more than 350-foot setback here. This is not the kind of issue that gives rise to a genuine secret concern. The applicant has come forward with all the requirements in the ordinance. It's approved, it's ready to go. I urge you to accept staff's recommendation, let this license go through, and I encourage the development of a protocol so we can avoid this becoming another form of torture for you and us to have to go through all the time. CEQA is important, and there are very valid considerations, and they list 18 of them. And to get a CEQA consideration, you have to bring some facts in there. If the standard were, I don't like it, there'd never be another tree cut in California, there'd never be another oil well, and there'd never be another infill project in any area. But that's not the CEQA standard. You have to come forward with some actual evidence. So I encourage you to, like I said, deny this appeal, accept staff's recommendation, and let this license go. I think these applicants have done everything they need to, and they ought receive the license they're entitled to. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make it short and sweet. On our right, Flora. I appreciate all of you guys' time tonight and hanging in there for this last item. I think Tom put it pretty well about facts. I want to point you to the only document that we have in Trinity County that guides us to these appeals. And that's the frequently asked questions page on the website. Five questions down, it asks, what are the grounds for an appeal? And there's two reasons. Pardon me. One of them is non-compliance with the county ordinance, and the other one is non-compliance with CEQA. I think my letter does a beautiful job, I'm very proud of it, of laying out the facts based on the only valid CEQA document we currently have. Trinity County is still, as you guys well know, in the draft form of the EIR. So the only document that we can lean on to use as evidence is indeed CDFA, the state agency who regulates cultivation, nursery, and processing, their programmatic EIR. If you check that out, you can see where all my citations are. But that's why we're supposed to be here tonight, is to talk about facts about that. And it's true, the letter from the appellants don't speak on any factual basis. Yet CDFA has indicated all of these components of CEQA are less than significant to no impact. I look forward to seeing what Trinity comes up with in their EIR, and then we can then refer to that one. The ordinance is the ordinance. The state laws are the state laws, including Fish and Wildlife and Water Board, and this applicant has done everything. He even has a state license approved, waiting payment for this hearing exactly. He has a family he wants to bring here and wants to take care of through this type of business. Just because this type of business might not be everybody's cup of tea, but it's legal doesn't mean somebody shouldn't be able to do it. Tom already addressed the rural residential and 350-foot setback. I want to point out that the most recent ordinance that was adopted on February 20th of 2019 does not include the Hayfork Water District in the carve-out. We have to go with the most recent ordinance with all the amendments that have happened since 2016. It's going to be number 5, letter A, number 7 in our Trinity County ordinance. And being surrounded by cultivation, I can see that. I would like to look into how many of those are licensed versus our applicant here who has gone through the process to do everything the right way versus everyone else the appellants refer to In this case, according to my knowledge, none of them are licensed. So we should really be only thinking about licensed parcels in the area. And then going down, I'm not going to go through each CEQA part because it's there and it's clear. CDFA and the State Water Board and all the other state agencies have set very clear guidelines, and cannabis is not impactful in any of those areas. The wind one, I found, you can see my website, I cited there. It was a study from the University of Maine. I find that an accredited source. You're welcome to look that up, though. And the bottom line, I'm going to refer back to that frequently asked questions. Again, we're supposed to be here because the question of non-compliance with the county ordinance and question of non-compliance with CEQA, as you can see, everything is compliant. Until Trinity County has their own CEQA document, we have to follow the only valid one, and that's what we're doing here. In my conclusion, I want to point you to the FAQ sheet that I specified, which is our only set of rules for appeals. Does specifically state on page 1 that the Planning Commission does not have the lawful authority to consider any other grounds for appeal. I wish we didn't come to this spot. I wish this was really vetted beforehand, but here we are, and here's a great argument. You got 2 really great points, and I really truly believe that my letter shows you the sections of the law, of CEQA guidelines, of the CEQA statute that this applicant is following. He is ready to pay his state license fee as soon as he can receive his county license, move forward into next season, cultivating legally and making money for his family and for his son. Here in Trinity County, we value family, we value community, and this is the best example right here with this licensee. I got chills when Ray told me that tonight. I didn't realize his purpose for moving here as his consultant. But that purpose right there, that's the epitome of where we live. We need to support each other, and we need to support each other's families. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Are we in the public section?
Now, we will take public comment. And to be clear, we will be timed now.
Okay, my name is Mary Bowers, and I'd like to make a couple of things perfectly clear. One, I have never met the applicant ever in my life. I have never had a conversation with him at any time about his family, about his growth. Had he had the courtesy to walk over to my house and ask me about how I felt about him growing there, I would have had this conversation with him a long time ago. So, Anna, who wrote her rebuttal letter to us, is a heck of a researcher. That's all I can say. There's a language that goes with the cannabis grows that I am not familiar with. I'm just a layperson living out in the community trying to live a good life, and I don't know all these regulations. I don't know the language. I don't know what they mean. So, with that, the first thing I have to say is that I was not given any of these things about the CEQA that you guys are talking about. She goes on in here about the SWRCB, and there's the CDFA. I don't know any of those organizations, and when I went to the Planning Commission for the Planning Department for the appeal papers, what I was given was the Trinity County Cannabis Program Notice of Availability of a draft environmental impact report. That's what I was given. That was all I was given on which to base an appeal. And in there they talk about the significant results of air quality, water quality, land traffic, cumulative effects, noise, dust, all those kinds of things. And that's what I based my appeal on. Now, I did not know that when I bought that property 29 years ago, I would have to sit down with a pencil and paper and write down every piece of traffic that went by and keep track of it to document it, so that I could have documentation to come here. I didn't know I had to have a decibel meter so that I could make you folks understand that the noise level in our neighborhood has gone up tremendously in the last 29 years. And I have to say that when all of these rules and regulations were made, not one person from Trinity County or the state of California came onto my property to measure those things either. So as Carl said, you're trying to make one size fits all. And in this case, the prevailing winds is the driving force behind this appeal. I live no closer than 1,000 feet from any a greenhouse or cannabis grow right now, and every single day I smell growing cannabis on my property. 350 feet from the property line, that's not going to do it for me at all. Now, I understand that this man over here, his wife was up there, I'm assuming, that she said that I stated there will be lots of power outages and things like this, and on the June 28th, I called Trinity County PUD and asked them why the power went out. And I was specifically told that the power went out because it was overloaded. That was a hot day, and there are many, many greenhouses up there, and we added 2 more this spring. And that's why I assumed the power went out, and that's why I made the statement. Our infrastructure for power is not good enough to continue to add greenhouses after greenhouse after greenhouse. So, the people from Lewiston are talking to you about the quality of life for folks who do not grow. I'm asking you to consider that too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just quickly, I agree with Tom 100% that you need the facts.
You already spoke, sir, so.
But just, he said no facts. I gave you facts, and I will swear.
You've already had your time.
You got facts, though.
Commissioners, I encourage you to deny this appeal. Based on, there are no violations of county ordinance. There is no solid grounds on any of the CEQA checklist items. It's an unfortunate situation. It sounds like with the neighbors, perhaps once approved, the applicant could sit down with the neighbors and if there's one particular strain of cannabis that is particularly bothersome to Mr. Fisher, perhaps the applicant would consider avoiding cultivating that strain. Same thing on the hoop houses. If that's their biggest complaint, perhaps some middle ground could be struck. But as far as approving the license, the applicant has met the requirements. And it's really the end of the story. So thank you for the shine tonight.
Thank you.
Can I say one thing real quick?
You've had your time.
I didn't talk to her, I actually talked to the lady next to her.
Okay. Well.
That would be me,
Yes.
Wendy.
Okay.
Okay.
I actually started coming to the legal proceedings on marijuana in 2007 and watched all of this unfold. I'd like to note, and this is purely speculation, that the onus falls on the neighbor, not on the person who wants to come into the neighborhood and grow. I could care less if you're growing marijuana, okay? I don't care. But I do care that you guys give some consideration to the people who live in the area. Whether it's legal or not, I mean, there needs to be a lot of work done about what is okay and what's not. And there are many, many pet phrases that have been used this evening in an articulate manner, a condescending manner. And I find it very interesting that a lot of the argument is about moral judgment. And yes, this guy's done the whole work. I'm proud of him. He told me he was going to move 2 people in to work the crop till he could retire. 2 who? Who? What people are you moving in? Number 2, according to his wife, she stated that I would never go against my brother. I'm the one that wrote, I'm the one that renting. Actually, we do that with quite a lot of regularity. So I don't really care for someone else talking about how I'm going to respond to my relatives, okay? I think I'm going to have to start coming back to these more often because I can see how off track you guys are. It's very sad. It's sad to me that people who live in a neighborhood have to defend whether or not they should combat smells and prove that there's winds prevailing. You know, this has gone a little south. To me, you want to grow pot, grow it like out somewhere, not in a neighborhood. And that is because we missed out due to one of our wonderful Board of Supervisors who managed to get hay fork cut out. I don't know, what's the proper term for it? Carved out? Carved out and punished. I don't know how it runs in Weaverville, but I very seldom see grows next door to houses, rural, residential, or otherwise. So my opinion is that if I hear, you know, working lives, and I'm saving money, and I'm, you know, this is a living for these people, I don't care. That's great. Do it somewhere else in a true rural area. You guys don't give enough consideration to the neighbors or the people who are committed to the community. I live in a community where the money doesn't come back to the community except for maybe 3 places. So I really don't care about all these, well, there's this, and he's followed every rule. That doesn't matter to me. Thank you.
Thank
Oh,
you.
no, you don't have to stop me. I'll stop myself.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Do we have anyone on the? All right. With that, we will close public comment and bring this item back to the commission.
Was there anybody on the Zoom meeting that wanted to comment?
Well, Sherry said a couple of things.
Okay, we haven't been checking with the Zoom.
I've been checking.
You have, okay.
I was even looking over there.
Okay, we gotta go.
So, commissioners,
Wow. Huh? You know, I mean, well, I feel all the emotional appeals to all the neighbors. As a planning commissioner, we have to look at the general plan and the... No, okay. Or the zoning ordinance. And the applicant is working within the zoning ordinance. I mean, I don't, while following the ordinance, I don't see how this can be denied.
Part of planning is doing planning, and sort of the cumulative effects of marijuana have been poorly handled, I think. Cultivation has been poorly handled in any of the CEQA material I've seen. Part of the job is to look at the quality of the CEQA and how it applies to a particular case. And when a programmatic CEQA is applied, it is a broad brush, and we do have the discretion to determine, is it completely relevant, or are there additional factors that should be looked at? The comment was made, the only CEQA document we have is the state programmatic EIR. And while that's true, the applicant can augment that. In fact, we require that for type 3 licenses. To look at the impacts on the particularly local environment. When we look at variances, when we find one neighbor who objects, we find that it could be injurious to the parties, to the neighbor, and we deny the variance. At least that's our pattern. I don't know that we've had one of these cases before where we're actually looking at this stage of a license being issued. And so it's a somewhat new territory for us. And I do agree a lot with the last speaker's sentiment that the existing neighborhood that a cultivation is going to be in or is in is ignored by the process of license issuing that we have. And so I am sympathetic to us taking those considerations into account. And it's unfortunate that it comes to a head now on one license application. But the system is sorely lacking in terms of looking at the context in which the license, any given license, is issued. I think we denied a variance off of Morgan Hill Road one time because of the density of the housing in the area. And variances are different, I get that. But the notion of what is the impact on the neighbors is something that is extraordinarily relevant in the marijuana industry, the cultivation side of the marijuana industry. So this is not a slam dunk to me that, you know, the programmatic EIR, the boxes are checked and we're done. I don't see it that way.
There were always going to be issues like this. And, you know, we've heard anecdotally that some people just give up and move away rather than try to confront or deal with the situation that, in this case, you know, by the book, it would be out of their control. I mean, the applicant, one seeking the license, has done everything our rules require of him. And that's pretty commendable. I mean, in an ideal world, he would work with his neighbors, he'd put some sort of odor control on his hoop houses, and he'd really work to minimize his impacts to his neighbors. You know, and maybe he'll do that, but that's something that's beyond our purview to require. So I guess I have a pretty hard time you know, upholding this appeal when the license applicant has done everything that we required. I agree that there are conflicts that happen out there, and those couldn't have been, you know, they're all site specific, wind direction, road issues, number of homes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And a lot of that stuff gets glossed over when you try to come up with something, a program. And we were sort of hoping that there wouldn't, with the number of permits that were going to be issued in the county, that we wouldn't have very many of these conflicts. Even though I think we all knew there were going to be conflicts. So. Is the ordinance ideal? Does it protect neighborhoods? No. Not completely, no. Or
at all?
Some people might say not at all. But why is this the first one that we've heard then on these grounds? I mean, it's interesting, like you mentioned, we have not had a complaint like this before. So either people have given up, or their neighbors have tried to work with them to solve the issues as best they could, or I don't know.
Well, would anyone care to make a motion on this item?
Sure. I'll motion to uphold the approval of the commercial cannabis cultivation license, CCL number 671 as requested. Use complies with the provisions established by the Trinity County Commercial Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance number 315, 843, which allows for limited cultivation within the rural residential zone district.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any competing motions or further discussion?
Sure, I'll make a competing motion. I'll move that we approve the appeal. Uphold the appeal, not the approval. Finding that the application of CEQA is inadequate in this case, as it's been applied, and that either further CEQA work is done and comes back to the planning department, or it's simply denied.
We have a motion. I will second that motion for the purpose of discussion. And I would like to find a way that we could protect neighborhoods that are opposed to, and it's slightly different here than a lot of stuff we ran into where it's an existing grow in an existing neighborhood, and this is someone moving into a neighborhood to grow, and we might not be hearing from the whole neighborhood, but definitely some opposition. And it would be nice to be able to protect those neighborhoods. If we've been through this before. If we required a CUP for every license, we would be here forever and never have any licenses. So, but there needs to be a way that we can deal with these contentious ones on a case-by-case basis. We don't one night. It's tough to make a decision like this. I don't know the proper way to go about doing that.
Yeah, well, it was probably 4 years ago now, when we were up at the library, or at the high school cafeteria, talking about the urgency ordinance, and people within the community pled for a recognition of existing versus new farms, and there was just no intent, no ambition from the board to recognize a difference between existing impacts and new impacts. And so here we are, you know. There's existing farms that are possibly licensed, possibly not, as their neighbors, and then here's a new impact. And it really does need to be addressed.
Any further discussion? Further motions? We've got two already, so we have two motions. So starting with Commissioner McHugh's motion, we will vote on that. And all in favor of Commissioner McHugh's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, motion fails. And, sorry, did you make the first motion?
Commissioner McIntosh.
McIntosh, I couldn't remember which one you did. Okay, on Commissioner McIntosh's motion. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. So, now, motion fails 2-2. So now what do we end up with?
So the item fails.
The item dies for lack of a action.
All right, so.
Will someone see if Diana is still present?
Yes, Diana would like to be called back in. That was terrible.
Don't tell me to shut
Okay. Commissioner reports. Anything to report?
I want to thank him for working on the issue with the compound on Morgan Hill Road, and I'm looking forward to hearing what happens tomorrow. Thank you.
Anything else? My director's report.
Okay, I just wanted to update you on the general plan request for proposals. We have a Zoom meeting, another Zoom meeting scheduled with some potential consultants tomorrow afternoon, and in the next few weeks we'll be getting those proposals in, reviewing the proposals, and setting up interviews with prospective consultants. So tomorrow's kind of question and answer. So things are moving forward. With the cannabis EIR, I do hope to get that before you within the next month. That's approximate, but we are wrapping that final EIR up, and it should be before you soon. There still is a moratorium on new licenses. That was director, basically put a, just stop taking new applications on March 16th for several reasons. We've not yet opened that up, so we're still not taking in any new applications. One of the biggest issues was just our absolute limited capacity. I know you guys have heard this before, but to properly process applications.
Do you have you hit 530 applications?
That's kind of a trick question right now, Mike.
Oh, sorry.
I'll explain why. I don't want to spend too much time here. But yeah, we're getting very close to the cap, and that was one. Just the fear, we didn't know quite where we were, and with our limited ability to process new applications, there's several that this one that we just reviewed was one of the unique applications that was so clean it was able to get through very quickly. The site was large enough to need a variance. There was a house, there was permitted septic, permitted well. It was very clean file. Not many are like that, unfortunately, but that's one of the few new licenses that have been issued. Most from January, February, March are still sitting in the drawer. We haven't even been able to touch them. I've directed my staff. The staff's been doing an amazing job. Everybody's taken on so much, but we were going to focus on the renewals of those licenses that were existing, and that was the choice we had to make as far as priorities, and we've held to that. Regarding the number, you may be aware, you may not be aware, but when the ordinance was amended in February of 2019 at the board level, let's back up a little bit. When you reviewed that ordinance as a planning commission, it is my understanding you reviewed that ordinance with some draft stacking language. It's also my understanding that when it got to the board level, there was advice given that while the EIR is underway, stacking should probably be pulled out of that, was advised that be pulled out of that language and not pursued until the EIR was completed and we had a certified CEQA document for the cannabis program. When that language at the board level was removed, the language that had initially been there, the one license per parcel per person, was not replaced back into the ordinance. So therefore, there have been stacking licenses, stacking meaning multiple licenses on one parcel submitted to our office. Those are considered new applications as well. They are waiting to be processed, just like the other non-stacking applications. However, one of the things on my list, a very long list to do, is to create a basic stacking policy to process these in the interim, until we can amend the ordinance and get language back in, which of course has to wait till after the EIR done. So that is where we are. That's why I answered to Commissioner McHugh. It's kind of a trick question right now because, yeah, we are very close to the 530. And, yeah.
I appreciate knowing what happened because I had heard that people were applying for stacking licenses and I was wondering how, so now I know.
Another reason we stopped taking the applications.
So how is it that got removed and not put back in?
Somebody hit delete that they typed it.
I'm not sure, I wasn't
Yeah.
here, that's,
So with regards to the stacking, is it such where, is it with regards to one property? And you can have multiple
multiple
licenses on one property?
right, and then, so, basically, we've interpreted the code for two different types of stacking, vertical and horizontal. So the horizontal is when you own contiguous parcels and you have a house in one parcel, you can have licenses on those multiple parcels and you don't need the residents on, so you have basically the horizontal stacking. The vertical stacking, and these are just terms we use stack-wise, it just to kind of understand which stacking we're talking about. And then there's the horizontal stacking, and that is the multiple licenses on one parcel.
I asked because there's a constituent downriver in Junction City, and they have a neighbor that has one house, and this is just as of this year, and they have 4 licenses.
Right.
In a rural residential neighborhood.
Right.
Without any more oversight than 1 license. And is it 1 applicant with 4 licenses?
If they have 4 parcels and they're contiguous under the same ownership, that is the example of horizontal stacking.
And so how is that allowed? Where
Screwed up.
It's not allowed.
The concept of
No.
a legal parcel was introduced from the beginning where
Yes.
contiguous parcels, and we debated whether they could be within a quarter mile, but I think it ended up contiguous parcels under the same ownership, one of which had a residence, and would be treated as one legal parcel. And so the idea then was you would have a parcel with your house on it, and the parcel next door is where you put the grow, because the two were considered one legal parcel for this purpose.
Well, how were they allowed that stacking at this
When
point?
this.
That's not written, that's.
When, so, excuse me, when this
That's not considered
ordinance.
stacked. No, she said that's
No, you have
horizontal
multiple,
stacking.
multiple rows on the.
There's 4 licenses, 4 grows, 1 house, 4 properties, all owned by the same
So
license.
I'm trying to answer the question. The screw up in February of, or was it February or January of last year, was that when stacking was considered here as a way to do this legitimately, we sent something up to the board where that would be allowed. They decided not to do it because of the EIR in flight. And when they made the change to take what we put in back out, they neglected to put back in the limitation that allowed stacking in the first place. And so they passed an ordinance that had removed stacking. So now that's what's on the books. Now you still have the notion of a legal parcel. You can have 4 parcels, all with contiguous parcels all with the same ownership. That's 1 parcel, a legal parcel. But with this screw up in the ordinance, you can go get multiple licenses.
Wow. That was a great opportunity for some people.
And it flew below the radar until people figured it out.
To the detriment of neighbors.
I have another question. With the EIR, when it comes back to us, will we be meeting here or in a larger facility?
Yeah.
In a larger facility.
Okay, thank you. Just making sure.
And that's all I have.
Okay. Can I ask about the calendar?
Go ahead, sir.
What's the next meeting?
September 10th.
Okay, thank you, Rick.
September 10th, but it came off, it sounded like you said December.
That'd be too much.
Okay, with that, we are adjourned.
Especially after this meeting.
December 10th, yes, that's just.
Give me time to get all this out.